Welcome to the United States. Fall foliage brings in billions of dollars every year in the United States. Millions of people travel just to see leaves turn golden, fiery red, and bright orange. A simple change in nature that drives one of the biggest economic forces of autumn. In New England alone, tourists spend more than $8 billion each year chasing these breathtaking colors. In Michigan, leaf peeping makes up nearly 25% of all tourism revenue, adding about $1 billion annually. This season, the United States becomes a canvas of vibrant fall colors. Rolling hills, tranquil lakes, and forests painted in shades of gold and crimson create views that feel like stepping into a painting. So, what makes these autumn landscapes so irresistible? Stay tuned as we explore the most magical places to visit this season and discover why autumn in the U.S. is truly a feast for the eyes and the soul. Kebler Pass in Colorado is home to one of the largest aspen groves in the entire United States. At over 10,000 feet above sea level, this high mountain pass feels like stepping into another world. In the fall, the hillsides turn into endless waves of gold as millions of aspen leaves shimmer in the wind. What makes it even more magical is that many of these trees are connected underground, forming one living giant that has stood here for centuries. The road across Kebler Pass stretches for about 30 miles, linking the charming town of Crested Butte with the quiet valleys near Paonia. Travelers often take this route as a scenic shortcut to Aspen, but most find themselves slowing down, unable to look away from the landscape. Now, before we move on to the next destination, here's a fun question for you. How many letters are in the shortest U.S. state name? Drop your answer in the comments. Long ago, the Mohawk people gave this land a name, Adirondack, which meant eaters of trees. It was a word once used as an insult, but today it belongs to a place of unmatched beauty, where forests, rivers, and peaks stretch as far as the eye can see. The Adirondack Mountains sit in northeastern New York, forming a giant dome about 160 miles wide. Inside this dome are more than 100 peaks, including Mount Marcy, the highest point in New York at over 5,300 feet. Hikers often talk about the high peaks, a classic list of 46 summits that rise above 4,000 feet. Water shapes this region too, with over 200 named lakes and more than 3,000 smaller ponds and waterways. Some of the most famous are Lake George, Lake Placid, and Lake Terror of the Clouds. Altogether, the Adirondacks hold more than 1,200 miles of rivers, flowing through valleys and forests. What makes them even more fascinating is that these mountains are still rising a little bit each year, as if the land itself refuses to stand still. All of this sits inside the Adirondack Park, a protected area larger than Yellowstone, Everglades, Glacier, and Grand Canyon National Parks combined. If you are watching this, please click the subscribe button in the corner of the screen. It's completely free, but means a lot to us. Yellowstone National Park is located mostly in northwest Wyoming, with small areas extending into Montana and Idaho. It was established in 1872, making it the first national park in the United States and the world. The park covers 3,468 square miles and includes lakes, rivers, canyons, mountains, and the Yellowstone caldera, a dormant supervolcano. Yellowstone Lake sits atop the caldera and is one of the largest high-elevation lakes in North America. The park contains over half of the world's geysers and hydrothermal features, including Old Faithful, which erupts on a predictable schedule. Yellowstone is home to hundreds of species, including pronghorns, wolves, cougars, bison, and elk, and supports unique plant communities. Native Americans have lived in the Yellowstone region for at least 11,000 years, and the park contains many archaeological sites. Visitors can hike, camp, boat, fish, or explore in winter using snow coaches or snowmobiles on maintained roads. Yellowstone is the center of the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem, the largest nearly intact ecosystem in the northern temperate zone, preserving both wildlife and geothermal features. The Reading Pagoda perches atop Mount Penn, overlooking the city of Reading. Built in 1908, it was originally planned as the centerpiece of a luxury resort. After the resort was never completed, the building was donated to the city in 1911. The seven-story structure sits 620 feet above the city, offering a panoramic view extending 30 miles. Its top story houses a 1739 Japanese bell, inscribed with donor names and a prophecy. The pagoda was restored in 1949 after wartime calls for its demolition due to anti-Japanese sentiment. The pagoda now serves as a city icon, managed by the Foundation for the Reading Pagoda and supported by volunteers. Over 7,500 acres of sparkling water stretch between Tennessee and Virginia, hiding some of the nation's best trout fishing and breathtaking scenery. This is South Holston Lake, where every corner tells a story of nature and adventure. The lake sits at the edge of the Appalachian Mountains and is surrounded by the Green Cherokee National Forest. Its calm waters are perfect for boating, water skiing, or just floating and enjoying the view. People who love fishing will be amazed here, with some of the best trout fishing in the country. If you like catching smallmouth bass, the warmer months are the best time to try. In the fall, the trees turn red and gold, making the lake look like a magical painting. You can go camping, tubing, or just relax by the water. South Holston Lake makes you feel peaceful and happy. Every visit here leaves memories you will always want to come back for. Lake Lanier was created in 1956 when Buford Dam was completed on the Chattahoochee River. The reservoir covers 38,000 acres of water with nearly 700 miles of shoreline at normal levels. Its construction displaced more than 250 families and relocated 20 cemeteries, permanently changing the local landscape. Over 50,000 acres of farmland were flooded to make way for the lake. The lake receives water from both the Chattahoochee and Chestatee rivers, supplying multiple states downstream. During droughts in the 21st century, water level fell to record lows, forcing regional water use restrictions. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers manages the lake for flood control, water supply, and environmental mandates. Rapid suburban growth around Atlanta has increased the lake's recreational and domestic demands. Despite its human impact, the lake now supports boating, fishing, and water sports for visitors across the region. Is this spot on your travel list yet? Drop a 1 if you've been, or a 2 if it's now on your must-see list. Nestled in the Aleutian chain, Unalaska Island has been home to the Aleut people for over 10,000 years. Its rugged mountains and deep bays create a landscape both beautiful and challenging to navigate. The active Makushan volcano dominates the skyline, a reminder of the island's volcanic origins. In the 18th century, Russian explorers and settlers arrived, triggering conflict and dramatic changes for the native population. Despite invasions and disease, the Aleuts preserved their culture, knowledge, and traditions through centuries of upheaval. English explorer James Cook visited in 1778, documenting the island and its people for the first time in Western records. Later, scientific expeditions, like that of Adelbert von Chamisso, worked with locals to preserve knowledge about whales and marine life. Today, Unalaska's history is layered with stories of survival, exploration, and international encounters shaping the region. Lake Powell is a huge reservoir on the Colorado River, stretching across southern Utah and northern Arizona. It was created when the Glen Canyon Dam flooded Glen Canyon, forming the Glen Canyon National Recreation Area. The lake holds over 24 million acre-feet of water, making it the second largest reservoir in the United States, after Lake Mead. Named after explorer John Wesley Powell, who navigated the river in 1869, the lake honors his adventurous journey. Each year, around 2 million visitors come to enjoy boating, fishing, and hiking in the surrounding Red Rock canyons. Lake Powell also stores water for the upper basin states under the Colorado River Compact, supplying millions of people downstream. Sediments from the Colorado and San Juan rivers slowly reduce the lake's storage capacity over time. Some environmentalists advocate for restoring Glen Canyon to its natural state by draining Lake Powell, sparking debates about conservation and water use. Despite these challenges, Lake Powell remains a striking destination with towering cliffs, clear waters, and endless opportunities for adventure. Some rocks on this island are older than those at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Antelope Island rises from the Great Salt Lake as a window into Earth's ancient past. Antelope Island covers 42 square miles within the Great Salt Lake and becomes a peninsula when water levels drop. Its central mountains contain Precambrian metamorphic and igneous rocks, over 2.7 billion years old. Early explorers John C. Fremont and Kit Carson visited in 1845, crossing thick salt flats and noting freshwater sources. Bison were introduced in 1893, forming a herd crucial for breeding and conservation programs today. Dry grasslands support coyote, bighorn sheep, and mule deer, creating one of the largest wildlife preserves in Utah. Tufa rock formations formed 10,000 to 15,000 years ago as Lake Bonneville receded. The island's sedimentary layers show geological transitions from the Precambrian to the Paleozoic era. The Great Salt Lake surrounding the island has no outlet, resulting in high salinity that supports brine shrimp and millions of waterfowl. Maybe we don't need to wait for rockets to colonize Mars. Maybe Mars has already been here all along, hiding in the desert of Utah. They call it Bentonite Hills. The hills are covered in bands of red, brown, purple, gray, and green, created by layers of clay and volcanic ash. These layers were formed during the Jurassic period, more than 150 million years ago, when lakes and swamps covered this land. Over time, volcanic ash turned into bentonite clay, which swells when it gets wet and becomes so slippery that cars and people can barely move. Because of this, traveling here right after rain is dangerous, and the ground keeps the marks of every footprint or tire for many years. That's why there are no official trails, and visitors are asked to stay only on firm ground or existing roads. The best time to come is during the blue hour, just before sunrise or after sunset, when the colors of the hills look their brightest. Scientists even use this area to test what life on Mars might be like, because its conditions are the closest to the red planet. We pull info from lots of sources. If you spot anything off or have something to add, drop it in the comments. We'd love to hear from you. Grand Prismatic Spring is so vast and vividly colored that it looks like a living rainbow in Yellowstone. It is the largest hot spring in the United States and the third largest in the world. The spring measures approximately 370 feet in diameter and reaches 160 feet deep. Its deep blue center results from sterile, mineral-rich water that absorbs sunlight differently than shallower edges. Around the edges, microbial mats of thermophilic bacteria produce striking colors ranging from green to red. The intensity of the colors changes with temperature and season. Orange and red dominate in summer, while green shades appear in winter. Grand Prismatic Spring discharges about 560 gallons of 160 degrees Fahrenheit water per minute, keeping the surrounding mats vibrant. European explorers first recorded the spring in the 19th century, noting its boiling waters and rainbow hues. Visitors today marvel at both the size and the surreal colors, making Grand Prismatic Spring one of Yellowstone's most iconic features. In October 1769, the Spanish Portola expedition camped at Montara State Beach during the first European land exploration of California. Missionary Juan Crispi recorded in his diary that the men called the site Punta de las Almejas, or Clam Point, after finding large mussels along the shore. Montara State Beach lies 8 miles north of Half Moon Bay, bordered by high bluffs and rolling coastal hills. The beach's offshore waters are part of the Montara State Marine Reserve, which protects local marine life. The area's clean sand and consistent waves have made Montara State Beach a popular destination for surfers and anglers. Equestrians and cyclists also use the surrounding trails, linking the beach to the coastal hills. Montara State Beach combines historic exploration, protected waters, and outdoor recreation in one stretch of California's coast. Looking for the perfect fall getaway? Forget crowded parks and generic colors. In Stowe, Vermont, nature paints a breathtaking canvas you'll remember forever. From early September through mid-October, visitors can catch Stowe's legendary fall colors at many different locations. The brightest shades usually appear in the last week of September and the first 2 weeks of October. Higher elevations like Mount Mansfield and Smuggler's Notch often reach peak colors before the historic village does. Stowe's hills display a mix of ruby reds, fiery oranges, golden yellows, and deep greens. The color changes depend on weather. On warm fall days, the leaves make sugar, and when the nights turn cool, that sugar stays inside, turning the leaves bright red, orange, and gold. Local scenic drives let visitors follow the changing colors across the region, ensuring no spot is missed. Every corner of Stowe offers a different view, making the fall season a truly memorable experience. Did you know the tiny city of Montpelier was once a town so small that everyone knew each other by name? Yet it became the state capital of Vermont. Settled in 1787, Montpelier became the seat of Vermont's government in 1805, with citizens funding the first state house themselves. The city's downtown reflects its resilience, rebuilt in brick after a 1875 fire destroyed 38 buildings. The Winooski River flows through Montpelier, shaping both commerce and occasional devastating floods, including major events in 1927, 1992, and 2023. Early industries included granite finishing sheds and mills along the North Branch, producing materials that built communities across Vermont. Insurance companies, some dating back to the early 19th century, helped stabilize the local economy. Montpelier's proximity to nearby ski areas brought recreational tourism into the city's economy. Montpelier is a unique blend of political significance, historic architecture, and enduring community spirit. Every fall, thousands of visitors drive the Kancamagus Highway to see some of the brightest autumn leaves in the country. The 34.5-mile road winds through the White Mountain National Forest, passing rivers, waterfalls, and rocky gorges. At Kancamagus Pass, near 3,000 feet high, you can see wide views of the surrounding mountains and valleys. The highway is mostly undeveloped, with no gas stations or hotels along the way, keeping the forest feeling wild. Hiking trails along the route take you to waterfalls, streams, and peaceful forest spots. The Kancamagus Highway is protected as a scenic byway, known for its beauty, history, and outdoor activities. More than 10,000 years ago, the Wabanaki people called this place the Land of the Dawn. That's because Acadia is one of the first spots in the United States to see the sunrise. The sun climbs over Cadillac Mountain, which at 1,530 feet is the tallest peak on the Atlantic coast. The park covers nearly 50,000 acres, stretching across Mount Desert Island, the Schoodic Peninsula, and even small offshore islands. Here, you'll find granite mountains shaped by glaciers, deep U-shaped valleys, and rocky cobblestone beaches. Black bears, moose, and peregrine falcons live among the forests, lakes, and wetlands. Threading through the park are historic carriage roads, built in the early 1900s by John D. Rockefeller Jr. for horse-drawn carriages. And long before it became a national park in 1919, Acadia was home to native people, European traders, and later, wealthy families who spent their summers here. Cape May, at the southern tip of New Jersey, is the oldest seaside resort in the United States, with roots going back to the 18th century. The entire city is a National Historic Landmark, filled with Victorian houses that have been preserved in beautiful condition. Its name comes from Cornelius Jacobsen May, a Dutch explorer who mapped the area in the early 1600s. Long before Europeans arrived, the Kechameka Lenape tribe spent summers here, fishing, hunting, and enjoying the ocean breeze. Cape May later became a vacation escape for Philadelphians arriving by stagecoach, ship, and wagon as early as the 1760s. During the American Revolution, naval officer Joshua Barney fought a dramatic battle here, defeating part of the British fleet. Today, Cape May is also home to the U.S. Coast Guard's only enlisted training center, where every recruit begins their journey. Nature lovers know it as one of the top birding spots in North America, especially during spring and fall migration. With its mix of history, Victorian charm, coastal scenery, and wildlife, Cape May offers a story at every corner of its shore. What if I told you there's a park with more glaciers than anywhere else in the lower 48 states? That's the secret of North Cascades National Park. Covering more than 500,000 acres in Washington state, this park is divided into a north and south section by the Connecticut River. Together with nearby forests and Canadian parks just across the border, the Cascades form a huge protected wilderness. The mountains here hold the most extensive glacial system outside Alaska, and their meltwaters feed countless rivers and streams. Thick forests blanket the slopes, making this park the most biodiverse in plant life of any national park in America. Carmel-by-the-Sea is a small city on California's central coast, located on the Monterey Peninsula. Spanish explorer Sebastián Vizcaíno named the nearby Carmel River in 1602, and in 1771, Father Junipero Serra moved Mission San Carlos Borromeo here. The mission became the headquarters of California's entire mission system, until it was closed by Mexico in 1833. After the U.S. took control of California in 1848, ranches like the Martin Ranch and Mission Ranch developed around the Carmel Valley. After the 1906 San Francisco earthquake, many writers, painters, and musicians moved to Carmel, shaping it into a well-known art colony. Carmel officially became a city in 1916 and is still known for its Spanish mission, preserved historic buildings, and artistic community. Zion National Park is home to over 289 bird species, 75 mammals, and even 19 kinds of bats. It is like a brand new discovery, a living, breathing encyclopedia of life right in the heart of Utah. The park sits at the junction of the Colorado Plateau, Great Basin, and Mojave Desert, creating a unique mix of landscapes and ecosystems. Zion has 4 life zones: desert, riparian, woodland, and coniferous forest, which allow an incredible variety of plants and animals to thrive. The Virgin River carved out Zion Canyon over millions of years, stretching 15 miles long and reaching 2,640 feet deep in some areas. The park features mountains, buttes, mesas, monoliths, slot canyons, and natural arches, all made of reddish and tan-colored Navajo sandstone. Desert bighorn sheep are often seen near the roads, while golden eagles, peregrine falcons, and white-throated swifts soar above the cliffs. Humans have also called this land home for thousands of years. Early Native American groups, like the Basket Maker ancestral Puebloans, lived here 8,000 years ago. Later, the Virgin Anasazi and Parowan Fremont people settled in permanent communities before being replaced by Southern Paiute subtribes. When you walk the same paths, you're not just a visitor, you're part of that story. It feels wild, ancient, and alive all at once. Over 5 million years ago, volcanic forces created an island that would one day be called Kauai. Today, it's known as the Garden Isle, covering 562 square miles, making it the 4th largest Hawaiian island. Kauai is located 73 miles northwest of Oahu, across the Kauai Channel. The island is home to Waimea Canyon State Park, a vast canyon stretching about 10 miles long and up to 3,000 feet deep. Along the northern shore, Na Pali Coast rises with steep cliffs, hidden beaches, and sea caves accessible mainly by boat or hiking trails. Kauai's tropical climate keeps it humid and green year-round, with rainfall varying from 50 inches on the windward side to 20 inches on the leeward side. The island's history is reflected in its name. possibly meaning place around the neck from a Polynesian legend, or food season in another interpretation. Ancient Polynesian navigator Hawaii Loa is said to have named Kauai after his favorite son, connecting the island's story to human heritage. Visitors often plan trips between June and September, the island's peak season, when the weather is warm and stable for exploring. Taku Glacier is a living memory of the Ice Age, quietly advancing while time passes. It stretches about 58 kilometers through the coast mountains in Alaska, making it one of the largest glaciers in the Juneau Icefield. The glacier is over 4,845 feet thick, which makes it the deepest and thickest alpine temperate glacier known in the world. Local Tlingit people have called it Taku Kwan City for centuries, and their name is the one that remains today. It remains one of the few glaciers in the northern hemisphere that is still growing, a rare natural phenomenon in a warming world. Cape Cod stretches into the Atlantic, forming a long sandy peninsula in southeastern Massachusetts. The name Cape Cod was given in 1602 by Bartholomew Gosnold, making it one of the oldest English place names in the United States. Geologically, the Cape is very young, created between 16,000 and 20,000 years ago as glaciers advanced and then retreated. As the ice melted, sea levels rose, shaping the coastline and forming kettle ponds, which are still found across the peninsula. The sand and sediment moved by waves created new land in some areas, including the tip of Provincetown and the islands of Monomoy. Today, coastal erosion continues to reshape the Cape, washing away some beaches while depositing sand elsewhere. Most of Cape Cod is now separated from the mainland by the Cape Cod Canal, which stretches 7 miles and is crossed by the Sagamore and Bourne bridges. The Cape forms the southern boundary of the Gulf of Maine, stretching from Provincetown in the northeast to Woods Hole in the southwest. Long before European explorers arrived, Native American tribes lived along the Connecticut River for over 6,000 years, cultivating crops and managing fisheries. The river stretches 406 miles through 4 states, providing fertile soil that shaped agriculture and early settlements. In 1614, Dutch explorer Adrian Block mapped the river, naming it the Fresh River, and established the first European trading posts. Puritan settlers arrived in the 1630s, founding towns that became Hartford and Springfield along the river's banks. The 1936 flood caused unprecedented damage, submerging towns, destroying bridges, and leaving thousands homeless. Modern flood control and conservation measures protect communities while preserving habitats for fish and migratory birds. The Connecticut River remains a vital waterway, linking ecosystems, agriculture, and towns with centuries of layered history. Perched where mountains meet the sea, Camden became a town in 1791, named after a British supporter of American colonial rights. Before European settlers arrived, the Penobscot people had lived in the area for thousands of years. In the 1800s, mills along the Magunticook River powered shipbuilding, textile work, and lime production. The town's shipyards built remarkable vessels, including the first 6-masted schooner in the United States. Starting in the 1880s, wealthy summer visitors built large houses along the waterfront that still stand today. Camden is the birthplace of the poet Edna St. Vincent Millay, who won a Pulitzer Prize for her poetry. The harbor and historic buildings made Camden a filming location for movies like Peyton Place and In the Bedroom. The Camden International Film Festival draws visitors from across the country. Camden combines its maritime history, cultural heritage, and coastal scenery into a unique New England town. Legend says that Captain William Kidd may have buried treasure on the Thimble Islands, sparking curiosity for centuries. The islands are made of pink granite, the remnants of hills that existed before the last ice age. Native Americans, known as the Mattabesek, called the islands Kutumquash, meaning the beautiful sea rocks. European explorer Adrian Bloch discovered the islands in 1614, marking the start of their recorded history. The archipelago consists of more than 100 small islands, some wooded, others just bare rocks or reefs visible at low tide. In the 19th century, oyster farming thrived here, and some families built summer homes on the larger islands. Several islands have changed ownership in recent decades, with some selling for over $1 million. The Thimble Islands are part of a historic district listed on the National Register of Historic Places, including hundreds of buildings and structures nearby. Fisher Meadows covers more than 230 acres along the Farmington River in Avon, Connecticut. The land was once home to indigenous people, later became a working farm, and was a gravel quarry before becoming a public park in the 1960s. The park offers trails through forests, wetlands, and open meadows, all maintained for easy hiking and exploration. Visitors can fish for trout, bass, and pike in the Farmington River, which runs alongside the park. A boat launch makes it ideal for canoeing and kayaking, with nearby rentals available for convenience. Educational programs like guided hikes and birdwatching excursions teach visitors about local plants and animals. The park is accessible, with paved paths and playgrounds suitable for children and people with disabilities. Fisher Meadows supports wildlife and conservation, offering habitats for birds, turtles, and beavers, while protecting rare wetlands and species. Dixville Notch is a mountain pass so dramatic that early travelers compared it to a natural cathedral of rock and water. The park covers 127 acres and sits where Route 26 cuts through the steep-walled gorge of Dixville Peak and Cave Mountain. Trails in the park lead to summits that offer panoramic views of northern New Hampshire's forests and valleys. In 1866, innkeeper George Parsons recognized its beauty and opened the Dix House, a guest house for travelers. "30 years later, Henry Hale purchased the site and built the Balsam's Grand Resort Hotel, a historic landmark of the area. The park is open year-round, though it is unstaffed and visitors must be self-sufficient while exploring. Today, Dixville Notch State Park draws hikers, nature lovers, and history enthusiasts seeking both scenery and stories of New England's past. Maui, known as the Valley Isle, is shaped by two massive volcanoes connected by a 6-mile-wide isthmus. Haleakala in the southeast and the west, Maui Mountains in the northwest, dominate the island's landscape and ecosystems. The island was formed over millions of years as lava from thousands of vents poured out, merging the two volcanic masses into one island. Maui's volcanic cones are made mostly of basalt, a dark rock formed from iron-rich silica-poor lava flows. Native Hawaiian legend says the island is named after the demigod Maui, passed down from the navigator Hawaii Loa. Tourism drives nearly 40% of Maui's economy, attracting visitors to beaches, resorts, Haleakala National Park, and the Hana Highway. The climate varies by elevation and location, with tropical warmth, high humidity, and frequent trade winds at lower levels. The best time to visit Maui is in April, May, September, or October, when the weather is pleasant, the crowds are smaller, and prices are lower. Maui combines geology, legend, and natural beauty into an island that captivates both science enthusiasts and casual travelers alike. Did you know that parts of Grand Teton National Park are nearly 2.7 billion years old older than most life on Earth. The park stretches across 310,000 acres in northwestern Wyoming, including the major peaks of the 40-mile-long Teton Range. Grand Teton, the tallest peak, rises 13,775 feet above Jackson Hole, making it one of the most dramatic mountain landscapes in the United States. The area has been home to humans for over 11,000 years, first inhabited by the Shoshone people long before European explorers arrived in the early 19th century. Between 1810 and 1840, fur trading companies competed here for beaver pelts, shaping much of the region's early history. Today, Jackson Lake stretches 15 miles long, fed by streams from the Teton Range, creating stunning reflections of the mountains. Visitors can still see small glaciers near the highest peaks, slowly shrinking but holding clues to the park's geological past. The park also protects over 1,000 species of plants, dozens of mammals, and hundreds of birds, preserving the same ecosystem that has existed since prehistoric times. Hiking trails and campgrounds let people experience this wilderness up close, from peaceful lake shores to rugged alpine slopes. The Rocky Mountains, stretching from Canada to New Mexico, were born millions of years ago under forces even the Earth struggles to explain. They formed during the Laramide orogeny, when massive tectonic plates slid beneath the North American plate. Over time, glaciers carved deep valleys and sharp peaks, shaping the dramatic landscape we see today. Humans began inhabiting these mountains at the end of the last ice age. European explorers like Sir Alexander Mackenzie and later Lewis and Clark traveled through the Rockies in search of new trade routes and natural resources. The highest summits are mostly in Colorado, where many peaks rise above 6,600 feet. The mountains are also home to vast forests and rivers, supporting diverse wildlife and ecosystems. Today, large portions of the Rockies are protected as national parks and public lands, offering hiking and skiing opportunities. Honolulu is a city that grew around one of the most important harbors in the Pacific, shaping history for centuries. It is the capital of Hawaii and sits on the southeast coast of Oahu, surrounded by tropical mountains and beaches. Its name means sheltered harbor, reflecting the calm waters that made it a key port for centuries. Honolulu became the capital of the Hawaiian Kingdom in 1845 and remained central when Hawaii became a U.S. territory and state. The city gained global attention after the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, a pivotal moment in World War II. Today, Pearl Harbor remains a major U.S. Navy base, home to the Pacific Fleet and numerous memorials. Honolulu blends Asian, Western, and Pacific cultures, seen in its cuisine, festivals, and neighborhoods. Its tropical climate, extensive beaches, and scenic mountains make it one of the top tourist destinations in the U.S. Nearly 1.5 million visitors explore Honolulu each year, drawn by its history, natural beauty, and cultural richness. The Black Hills are called sacred by the Lakota and were once considered untouchable by non-indigenous settlers. Rising from the Great Plains, the range's highest point is Black Elk Peak at 7,242 feet. The dark color of the hills comes from dense forests of evergreen trees, visible from miles away. The mountains formed from ancient rock uplift, with erosion shaping the rugged peaks and valleys seen today. The Lakota made the Black Hills central to their culture after taking the territory in the late 18th century. Gold was discovered in 1874, sparking a rush of settlers and the forced relocation of the Lakota from their land. Today, tourism has replaced mining as the primary economic activity, drawing visitors to natural and historic sites. The geology is complex, with Precambrian granite at the core, surrounded by layers of sedimentary rock in an oval dome formation. Wildlife is abundant, including bison, deer, pronghorn, mountain lions, and diverse smaller animals, making it a haven for nature lovers. Did you know that Sedona's pink sandstone cliffs have been used as movie sets for nearly a century? At sunrise and sunset, these rocks glow in bright shades of pink, attracting hikers, bikers, and spiritual seekers from around the world. Sedona is located in northern Arizona, spanning Coconino and Yavapai counties in the Verde Valley. The city was named after Sedona Schneble, whose husband was the first postmaster, and she was celebrated for her kindness and hospitality. The first European-American settler, John J. Thompson, arrived in 1876 and grew peaches and apples in Oak Creek Canyon. Tourism and retirement homes began developing in the 1950s, with most modern growth occurring in the 1980s and 1990s. In 1956, the Chapel of the Holy Cross was built, rising 70 feet out of a 1,000-foot red rock cliff and becoming an iconic landmark. Sedona's landscapes were featured in over 60 Hollywood films, often standing in for Texas, Nevada, and other locations. For millions of years, glaciers carved Yosemite's cliffs and valleys into the majestic shapes we see today. Long before it became a world-famous park, Native Americans lived here for nearly 4,000 years, shaping the land with their traditions. They called the valley Ahwahnee, meaning Big Mouth, a name that reflects the vast openness and grandeur of the place. European settlers first arrived in the early 1800s, amazed by a landscape unlike anything they had ever seen. In 1864, President Abraham Lincoln signed a historic grant to protect Yosemite, setting a precedent for America's national park system. Naturalist John Muir later championed further preservation, ensuring that the valley and surrounding wilderness would remain untouched for future generations. The granite cliffs and waterfalls aren't just scenic. They tell a story of nature's endurance and human dedication. Millions of visitors now come each year, experiencing both the beauty and the history preserved in this land. Where mountain meet the Pacific Ocean, Big Sur reveals a rugged coastline that has challenged humans for centuries. For generations, its steep cliffs and dense forests kept settlers and travelers from reaching this wild land. It wasn't until 1937, after nearly 2 decades of building a highway carved into the cliffs, that people could fully explore the coast. Even now, landslides occasionally close the road, a reminder that this landscape remains untamed and powerful. Towering redwoods and isolated beaches create moments of solitude rare anywhere else on Earth. Strict local protections preserve both the coast and the interior wilderness from modern development. Writers, artists, and travelers have long celebrated Big Sur's raw beauty and dramatic scenery. Every bend in the road reveals a new perspective, from crashing waves to serene valleys tucked between mountains. Rising nearly 1,000 feet from the desert floor, the sandstone buttes of Monument Valley have shaped the imagination of generations. For centuries, the Navajo people have called this land sacred, living in harmony with its striking formations and vast open spaces. The valley's vivid red rocks get their color from iron oxide, while the layered cliffs reveal millions of years of geological history. Visitors often recognize its iconic skyline from classic Western films, where directors used the landscape to define the American frontier. Despite its fame, Monument Valley remains largely untouched, with dirt roads guiding travelers through the serene desert. The valley's mesas, spires, and towers are not just scenery, They tell stories of wind, water, and time sculpting the land. Climate here can be extreme, with hot summers and cool nights, yet the beauty never fades under sun or snow. Walking or driving through the area offers a sense of vastness that is rare anywhere else on Earth. Monument Valley isn't just a destination. It's a living tribute to nature's artistry and the culture that reveres it. Stretching over 17 million acres, Tongass is the largest temperate rainforest in the world, bigger than some U.S. states. This forest is home to ancient trees like Sitka spruce and western red cedar, many standing for hundreds of years. Islands, fjords, and glaciers weave through the landscape, creating a habitat for rare wildlife found nowhere else. Brown and black bears, bald eagles, and salmon thrive here, sustaining both the ecosystem and local communities. The forest also shelters unique species like the Haida ermine, which exists only in this region, and one location in Canada. About 40% of Tongass is wetlands, snow or rock, while the remaining 10 million acres are dense, old-growth forest preserved for generations. Logging has historically affected some areas, but today nearly 80% of the forest remains intact, with most old growth permanently protected. Visitors can experience the untouched wilderness by hiking, kayaking, or exploring remote islands, feeling the vast scale of the land. Over 760,000 years ago, Mono Lake formed in a desert basin, creating one of the oldest lakes in North America. Its waters are unusually alkaline, rich in salts, which allow brine shrimp and alkali flies to thrive in abundance. Every year, millions of migratory birds rely on this tiny food source to fuel their long journeys across continents. Historically, the native Kutsadika people harvested alkali fly pupae as a vital source of nutrition. In the 20th century, Los Angeles diverted streams feeding the lake, lowering its level and threatening the ecosystem. A legal battle led by the Mono Lake Committee restored part of the lake, protecting the birds and the delicate habitat. Columns of limestone, called tufa, rise above the water, shaped by mineral-rich springs over thousands of years. Mono Lake is more than a scenic spot. It is a living example of survival, adaptation, and the fragile balance of nature. Did you know Tampa's history stretches back to the 1500s, when Spanish explorers mapped Tampa Bay as Bahia de Espiritu Santo? Tampa sits on Florida's Gulf Coast, bordering both Tampa Bay and Old Tampa Bay. The city was first settled as a military post, Fort Brooke, in the 19th century. In the late 1800s, Vicente Martinez Ybor brought the cigar industry to Tampa, founding Ybor City. Tampa became an official city in 1887, after growing from a small military settlement into a bustling town. A mix of Cuban, Italian, and Spanish immigrants helped shape Tampa's unique culture, giving rise to the term Tampeños. Today, Tampa's economy thrives on tourism, healthcare, finance, technology, construction, and maritime trade. Its port is the largest in Florida, contributing over $15 billion to the state's economy each year. Miami sits on the Atlantic coast, serving as a hub of finance, culture, and international trade. Its metropolitan economy ranks as the largest in Florida, with a GDP of over $340 billion. Downtown hosts concentrations of international banks and major corporations, connecting Miami to global markets. Port Miami is the busiest cruise port on Earth, welcoming millions of travelers every year. A majority Hispanic population shapes the city's vibrant cultural and social life, giving Miami a distinct Latin American flavor. The The city is a leader in arts, music, and cuisine, blending traditions from across the Americas. Tourists flock here for sun, beaches, and cultural experiences, making Miami the second most visited U.S. city after New York. Miami is more than a destination. It is a city where global commerce, culture, and history meet on sun-soaked shores. Lake Tahoe sits high in the Sierra Nevada, right on the border between California and Nevada. At 6,225 feet above sea level, it is the largest alpine lake in North America and the second deepest in the United States. The lake was formed nearly 2 million years ago, and its current shape was carved during the Ice Ages. Lake Tahoe is famous for its clear water and the panoramic views of mountains surrounding it. Over 75% of the lake's watershed is national forest land, managed by the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. The lake attracts visitors year-round, offering skiing and snow sports in winter and hiking, boating, and swimming in summer. The name Tahoe comes from the native Washoe language, meaning simply the lake, showing how important it has been to local people for centuries. Lake Tahoe combines natural beauty, recreational activities, and history, making it one of the most iconic destinations in the region. Crested Butte is a 12,168-foot mountain peak in the Elk Mountains of Colorado, located inside Gunnison National Forest. It sits just 2.1 miles northeast of the town of Crested Butte and is well known for the ski lifts and runs on its northern side. The climate here is classified as continental subarctic, which means long snowy winters and cool summers. In autumn, Crested Butte becomes one of Colorado's most famous places to see fall foliage. Leaf peeping refers to visiting the mountains to watch the aspen trees turn brilliant shades of gold. The best time to see peak colors is usually from mid-September through mid-October, though it changes each year. The Vermilion Cliffs stretch across northern Arizona and southern Utah as part of the Colorado Plateau. These cliffs reveal rocks colored by iron and manganese that have stood for nearly 200 million years. They are made of Jurassic Moenave and Kayenta formations, formed from ancient river sediments and desert dunes. Minerals such as iron oxide create the striking red tones, while manganese adds shades of blue and purple. In 1984, 112,500 acres were set aside as Paria Canyon Vermilion Cliffs Wilderness for long-term protection. The area expanded in 2000 with the creation of Vermilion Cliffs National Monument, covering about 280,000 acres. Jacob Hamblin, a 19th century Mormon missionary, established a ranch nearby to support travelers moving through the valley. The cliffs remain a natural barrier, dropping more than 3,000 feet from the Paria Plateau and enclosing remote canyons. Imagine sandstone that looks like it's on fire, glowing as the sun strikes rock shaped 150 million years ago. Valley of Fire covers nearly 46,000 acres in the Mojave Desert, about 50 miles northeast of Las Vegas. Its red Aztec sandstone was created from massive shifting dunes during the Jurassic period. The rugged landscape also includes limestone shale and conglomerates shaped by faulting and erosion. Evidence of early human presence remains in petroglyphs carved by the ancestral Puebloans between 300 BC and 1150 AD. These people came from nearby Moapa Valley to hunt, gather food, and conduct ceremonies despite limited water. In 1931, Nevada received federal land to establish the state's first park, and construction began soon after. The park became a national natural landmark in 1968, preserving both geological wonders and ancient rock art The Catskill Mountains, or simply the Catskills, are part of the Appalachian Mountains in southeastern New York. Much of the area is protected inside Catskill Park, a 700,000-acre forest preserve with strict limits on development. Geologically, the Catskills are not sharp peaks, but a dissected plateau uplifted and carved over time by rivers and streams. Early Dutch settlers gave the region its name, which has been used for centuries. In the 19th century, the Catskills inspired artists from the Hudson River School, whose paintings made the landscapes famous. By the mid-20th century, the region became a popular vacation spot, known for its large resorts and live entertainment. Summer in the Catskills is best for hiking, swimming, and outdoor activities, while autumn brings colorful foliage and harvest festivals. Ha-ha Tonka sounds like a joke, almost like laughter. But behind the name lies one of the most tragic stories in Missouri. A castle built on dreams, destroyed by disaster, and left to crumble into mystery. More than a century ago, a wealthy businessman named Robert Snyder wanted to bring a piece of Europe to the Ozarks. He began building a stone mansion in 1905, high on the bluffs, where it would overlook the sparkling lake of the Ozarks. Locals called the natural springs nearby Ha-ha Tonka, meaning smiling waters. But only 1 year later, Snyder died suddenly in a car accident, leaving his dream unfinished. His sons carried on the work, and by the 1920s, the Grand Castle was finally complete. For a while, it became a summer retreat, even a hotel. Then, in 1942, fire swept through the walls, reducing the castle to ruins in a single night. What was once a symbol of power and ambition became a haunting reminder of how quickly dreams can vanish. Today, the broken stone arches still stand against the sky. Visitors come not only to see the ruins, but to feel the mix of beauty and sadness that lingers here. From above, Bryce Canyon looks like the earth has grown a forest made of stone. But instead of trees, these are hoodoos, tall rock towers shaped by frost water and millions of years of erosion. The colors come from minerals in the rock, red from iron oxide, yellow from limonite, and purple from manganese. Although it's called a canyon, Bryce is actually a series of giant natural amphitheaters cut into the edge of the Paunsaugunt Plateau. The rim of these amphitheaters sits extremely high, between 8,000 and 9,000 feet above sea level. Because of that elevation, the air is thin, the nights are cold, and in winter the hoodoos are often covered in snow. Geologists say these rocks were once at the bottom of ancient lakes and rivers during the late Cretaceous and early Cenozoic periods. Later, the land rose during the uplift of the Colorado Plateau, and over time, wind, rain, and ice carved the landscape we see today. The Paiute people told stories that the hoodoos were once people turned to stone, which gives the park a mysterious and legendary feeling. If Earth had a secret art gallery, this would be it. Arches National Park is proof that nature is the greatest sculptor. And its masterpieces are bigger than anything humans could ever build. This park in eastern Utah holds over 2,000 natural sandstone arches, the highest number found anywhere on the planet. They formed because a thick underground salt bed pushed and cracked the land above it, leaving space for wind and water to slowly carve the rock. Most of the arches are made from Entrada sandstone, a layer of rock that was laid down about 140 million years ago. Over time, rainwater seeped into cracks, froze and expanded, breaking off pieces of stone. Wind carried the debris away, leaving behind thin rock fins, and eventually, arches. park covers more than 119 square miles of high desert, with elevations ranging from 4,000 to over 5,600 feet. Although the stone looks strong, the land here is fragile. The soil is alive with tiny organisms like fungi and lichens that help hold water, and even a single footprint can damage it for decades. That's why visitors are asked to stay on marked trails while exploring this desert landscape. Few landscapes look stranger than neon blue pools, glowing in the red desert of Utah. The Moab Potash Ponds are artificial evaporation pools used to extract potassium chloride, known as potash. To reach the ore, water from the Colorado River is injected 3,900 feet underground to dissolve potash deposits. The resulting brine is pumped to the surface and directed into vast ponds covering the desert floor. The water is dyed bright blue, so it absorbs more sunlight and speeds up evaporation. It takes about 300 days for the brine to fully evaporate, leaving behind crystallized potash. The mine produces between 700 and 1,000 tons of potash daily, most of it for fertilizer. As evaporation progresses, the ponds shift colors, ranging from turquoise to deep blue, orange, and yellow. The contrast of rainbow-colored ponds against the rust-red desert creates one of Utah's most photographed industrial sites. Mexican Hat Rock Formation rises about 300 feet above the west bank of the San Juan River in southeastern Utah. It's a 60-foot wide stone sombrero, perfectly balancing on a narrow pedestal in the Utah desert. The base consists of red shale and siltstone from the Halgaito Formation, laid down during the Permian period. Its sombrero-shaped cap is Cedar Mesa sandstone, the same layer found in canyonlands and natural bridges. Different erosion rates left the hard sandstone balanced on softer shale, creating the unusual structure. Geologists note that erosion will eventually cause Mexican Hat to collapse, though the timing is unpredictable. The formation was first climbed in 1962, and today it attracts experienced rock climbers as well as roadside visitors. Only 20 people in the world are allowed to step inside this place each day. Not because it's secret, but because it's too fragile to survive more. This is Coyote Buttes. It sits on the border of Arizona and Utah, inside the Paria Canyon Vermilion Cliffs Wilderness. The area is split into two parts, Coyote Buttes North and Coyote Buttes South, and both require a hard-to-get hiking permit. The rocks here are Jurassic Navajo sandstone, shaped by wind almost 190 million years ago. Iron oxide inside the stone creates the stripes of red, orange, and gold that cover the cliffs. The most famous spot, called the Wave, looks like giant ribbons of rock frozen in motion. At midday, sunlight makes the sandstone shine like layers of glowing fabric. Devil's Tower is a 1,558-foot high rock formation in northeastern Wyoming, rising 1,267 feet above the Belle Fourche River. It became the first United States national monument in 1906, established by President Theodore Roosevelt. The tower is made of phonolite porphyry, an igneous rock that cooled about 40.5 million years ago, forming vertical columns. Erosion of surrounding sedimentary rocks continues to expose more of the tower and causes columns and rocks to break off at the base. Indigenous peoples call the formation Bear Lodge or Mato Tipila, and it has been a sacred site for centuries. Kiowa and Lakota legends tell that the columns were formed when girls prayed to the Great Spirit to escape giant bears, leaving claw marks on the sides. Cheyenne and Sioux stories describe bears chasing children, with the Great Spirit raising the rock to protect them. Devil's Tower is located in the Bear Lodge Ranger District of the Black Hills, near the towns of Hewlett and Sundance. Visitors can explore trails around the monument, study its geology, and learn about its cultural and spiritual significance to Native American tribes. Star Valley is often called the Star of all valleys for its breathtaking beauty stretching across Wyoming and Idaho. Star Valley runs 56 miles long and 5 to 15 miles wide, with elevations between 5,600 and 7,000 feet. The Salt River flows through the valley, joining the Grays and Snake Rivers near Alpine at the Palisades Reservoir. Native peoples, including the Shoshone, Northern Arapaho, and Bannock tribes, were drawn to Star Valley for abundant game and natural salt deposits. Archaeological evidence, such as the enclosure, suggests the valley held spiritual significance for early inhabitants. The valley became known as Little Switzerland due to its large number of dairies, producing thousands of gallons of milk through the mid-20th century. Writers and historians documented the valley's culture and settlement, including the historical pageant celebrating founders, industries, and local flora. Norris Geyser Basin is one of the hottest and most acidic hydrothermal areas in the world. It sits atop part of Yellowstone's massive active volcano, where temperatures often exceed 200 degrees Fahrenheit. The basin is shaped by three major faults, including a ring fracture from a volcanic eruption 640,000 years ago. Seismic activity constantly alters geysers, hot springs, and fumaroles, creating a landscape in constant flux. Norris Geyser Basin contains 193 individual geysers, making it one of the densest thermal areas in Yellowstone. Boardwalks and designated trails allow visitors to safely explore nearly 3 miles of geothermal features. Water fluctuation and heat cause colors and shapes of thermal pools to change frequently. Hiking the Norris Trails offers a chance to witness steaming vents, boiling springs, and mineral formations up close. The combination of extreme heat, chemical-rich waters, and volcanic history makes Norris Geyser Basin a dramatic window into Yellowstone's active geology. The Snake River stretches over 1,080 miles, carving canyons and shaping landscapes across 6 U.S. states. It begins in Yellowstone National Park, flowing through Wyoming, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington before joining the Columbia River. The Snake River Plain in southern Idaho is a product of the Yellowstone volcanic hotspot millions of years ago. Catastrophic Ice Age floods created the Snake River Canyon and features like Shoshone Falls. For thousands of years, the river provided salmon and other fish, sustaining tribes such as the Shoshone and Nez Perce. Lewis and Clark were the first non-natives to document the Snake River during their 1805 expedition to the Pacific. Gold discoveries in the 1860s brought settlers, military conflict, and eventual relocation of indigenous peoples. Hydroelectric dams and irrigation projects transformed the river, earning south-central Idaho the nickname Magic Valley. The Snake River supports critical fish habitat, including the longest sockeye salmon run in the world, from the Pacific to Redfish Lake, Idaho. West Thumb Geyser Basin sits right on Yellowstone Lake, creating one of the most scenic thermal areas in the park. The basin gets its name from the thumb-like projection of Yellowstone Lake, observed by the 1870 Washburn expedition. Although smaller than other basins, West Thumb contains hot springs pools, mud pots, fumaroles, and lakeshore geysers. Thermal activity here has decreased since the mid-1970s, allowing new ecological features to develop. Cooler temperatures now support large colonies of algae and cyanobacteria in runoff channels. Visitors can walk along boardwalks to safely observe both the geological activity and the thriving microbial life. Lamar Valley is a wide open valley in Yellowstone National Park, surrounded by tall mountains. The valley features grassy meadows and the Lamar River running through its center. It is one of the best places in the park to observe wildlife in their natural habitat. Visitors often see bison grazing along the riverbanks and pronghorn moving across the meadows. Grizzly bears can also be spotted, especially near forested edges of the valley. Lamar Valley is famous worldwide for its wolf population, including the Lamar Canyon and Junction Butte packs. Birds such as bald eagles and ospreys are common, flying above the open valley or perching near the river. The valley's wide spaces and abundant wildlife have earned it the nickname America's Serengeti. Hiking and guided tours allow visitors to explore the valley safely while observing the diverse animals and scenic landscapes. Imagine a waterfall taller than Niagara thundering down a cliff over 1,000 feet wide. This is Shoshone Falls. Carved more than 14,000 years ago by the catastrophic flooding of Lake Bonneville, it stands as a living memory of the Ice Age. Native American tribes once fished its waters, relying on salmon that traveled to the upper reaches of the Snake River. European explorers documented the falls as early as the 1840s, marking it as one of the first natural wonders in the American West to attract curiosity. By the 1860s, visitors began traveling miles into this remote region just to witness the spectacle. In the early 20th century, parts of the river were diverted for irrigation, changing the rhythm of water over the falls. Today, the falls reach peak flow during spring runoff, creating a display of raw, roaring energy. Visiting Shoshone Falls connects you not only to breathtaking scenery, but also to thousands of years of human and geological history. Henry's Fork is a 127-mile-long tributary of the Snake River in southeastern Idaho. It is also called the North Fork of the Snake River and drains a basin of 3,212 square miles, including the Teton River. The river's flow varies with an average of 2,096 cubic feet per second and a recorded maximum of 79,000 cubic feet per second. Henry's Fork is named after Andrew Henry, who explored the Snake River Plateau in 1810 while working for the Missouri Fur Company. He built Fort Henry on the upper Snake River, which was the first American fur post west of the Continental Divide. The river runs through scenic landscapes, including valleys, farmland, and mountain foothills. It is popular for fly fishing, especially for trout, attracting anglers from across the country. Birds, beavers, and other wildlife can often be seen along the riverbanks. Henry's Fork offers opportunities for boating, hiking, and enjoying nature while following the historic path of early explorers. The Sawtooth Mountains are a jagged mountain range in central Idaho, part of the Rocky Mountains. The highest peak, Thompson Peak, reaches 10,751 feet above sea level. The range spans 678 square miles across Custer, Boise, Blaine, and Elmore counties. Much of the area is protected within the Sawtooth Wilderness, Sawtooth National Recreation Area, and Sawtooth National Forest. The northern mountains formed from the Eocene sawtooth batholith, while southern areas are made of Cretaceous granodiorite. Glacial activity during the Pleistocene shaped the mountains, leaving cirques, moraines, hanging valleys, and glacial lakes. Today, 202 perennial snowfields and rock glaciers remain, mainly on north and east-facing slopes. The jagged peaks give the range its name, with sharp ridges resembling the teeth of a saw. The mountains are popular for hiking, climbing, and backcountry exploration. The Sawtooth Mountains provide both geological history and stunning landscapes, making them a prime destination for nature lovers and adventurers. Sun Valley is a resort city in Blaine County, Idaho, located next to Ketchum in the Wood River Valley. The city sits at an elevation of 5,920 feet above sea level. Sun Valley is best known for its alpine ski area, with Bald Mountain as the main ski mountain. The ski area attracts skiers from around the country looking for winter sports and scenic slopes. The area became popular in the late 1930s when Ernest Hemingway helped bring it to public attention. Since then, it has been a seasonal home for celebrities and wealthy visitors. Winter, from December through February, offers peak skiing conditions with an average of 32 inches of snowfall in December. Summer, from June through September, is ideal for hiking, biking, and enjoying the mountain scenery. This is the Grand Canyon, and it's more mind-blowing than any photo can show. Native Americans have called this place home for over 12,000 years, leaving behind stories and traditions that are still felt here today. Spanish explorers first glimpsed the canyon in the 16th century, but it wasn't until John Wesley Powell navigated the river in 1869 that the world truly noticed its grandeur. President Teddy Roosevelt once said, "You cannot improve on it." The ages have been at work on it, and man can only mar it. And even today, millions of visitors come each year to experience the breathtaking views, hike its trails, and feel the quiet power of this incredible natural wonder. Standing 710 feet tall, Glen Canyon Dam blocks the Colorado River to create Lake Powell, one of the largest reservoirs in the United States. Construction began in 1956 and took 10 years to complete, involving thousands of workers and massive amounts of concrete. The dam was built to meet growing water demands across 7 U.S. states and 2 Mexican states within the Colorado River Basin. Hydroelectric turbines generate more than 4 billion kilowatt hours annually, supplying power to millions of people. During drought years, the dam releases water to the lower basin states, ensuring consistent supply without rationing upstream. Its creation flooded Glen Canyon's sandstone gorges, permanently changing the local ecosystem and sparking environmental debate. The dam and reservoir attract tourists for boating, fishing, and scenic views of the surrounding canyons. Glen Canyon Dam remains a critical part of water management in the Southwest, while also symbolizing the tension between development and conservation. Antelope Canyon is a sandstone slot canyon in northern Arizona, formed over millions of years by flash floods and erosion. The upper section, Zay-Biganilini in Navajo, means the place where water runs through the rocks. Rainwater from monsoon seasons rushes into narrow corridors, carrying sand that gradually smooths walls into flowing sculpted shapes. Lower Antelope Canyon, Hasdistazi, features spiral rock arches and longer winding passageways. The canyon reaches depths of around 120 feet, with walls narrowing to only a few feet in some sections. It has 6 main sections, all accessible via Navajo guided tours. Photography is challenging because sunlight reflects off the canyon walls, creating extreme exposure ranges. Antelope Canyon has been open to tourists since the 1980s, providing important income for the Navajo Nation. Visitors experience a unique interplay of light and shadow, witnessing natural formations shaped entirely by water over thousands of years. In 1540, Spanish explorer Francisco Vázquez de Coronado named the Painted Desert El Desierto Pintado after its vibrant colored hills. The Painted Desert stretches roughly 120 miles long and 60 miles wide, covering about 7,500 square miles in northern Arizona. Layers of siltstone, mudstone, and shale in the Painted Desert belong to the Triassic Chinle Formation, producing reds, purples, and grays. Thin limestone caps and volcanic flows protect some mesas in the Painted Desert from erosion, preserving their colorful layers. Wind and water continue to shape the Painted Desert, revealing new patterns and exposing fossilized material over time. Visitors to the Painted Desert can hike trails that wind through its hills, witnessing both its vivid colors and deep geologic history. Willamette Valley is a 150-mile-long valley in Oregon, surrounded by the Cascade Range, Oregon Coast Range, and Kalapuya Mountains. The Willamette River flows the entire length of the valley, shaping its fertile plains. About 70% of Oregon's population lives in the valley, including Portland, Eugene, Salem, Gresham, and Hillsborough. The valley's rich soil supports a highly productive agricultural region, long celebrated for crops and livestock. In the 1820s, it was described as a promised land of flowing milk and honey by early settlers. During the 19th century, the valley was the destination of wagon trains traveling the Oregon Trail. Willamette Valley is now considered Oregon wine country, with over 19,000 acres of vineyards and more than 500 wineries. The valley's fertility comes from massive Ice Age floods from Lake Missoula, which deposited layers of rich soil. These floods, known as Lake Allison, left sediments up to 400 feet above current sea level across the valley floor. Today, visitors can explore the valley's vineyards, rivers, and historic towns while enjoying the unique geology and fertile landscapes. Mount Hood National Forest was first protected in 1892 as the Bull Run Forest Reserve. It spans more than 1 million acres of forest, lakes, and rivers on the slopes of Mount Hood in Oregon. Early settlers used timber from Mount Hood National Forest to build homes and towns in the Willamette Valley. In 1924, the forest was officially renamed Mount Hood National Forest to honor Oregon's highest peak. The forest contains over 300,000 acres of old-growth trees, some more than 500 years old. In 1940, Mount Hood National Forest was considered for national park status, but the proposal did not pass. Filmmakers have used Mount Hood National Forest for movies, including parts of the 1952 film Bend of the River. Mount Hood National Forest remains a hub for conservation, recreation, and Oregon's natural heritage. Cannon Beach is a coastal town in Oregon, famous for its dramatic cliffs and sandy shorelines. In 1805, members of the Lewis and Clark expedition traded with the Tillamook people near Cannon Beach. During that journey, they collected blubber from a beached whale, marking one of the first recorded encounters with the tribe. The town is named after a naval cannon that washed ashore from the sunken U.S. Navy schooner Shark. The cannon was discovered in 1898 and is now preserved in Cannon Beach's local museum. In 1964, a tsunami generated by the Good Friday earthquake affected Cannon Beach, reshaping parts of the coastline. Cannon Beach hosts an annual sandcastle contest that draws visitors from across the Pacific Northwest. Cannon Beach is a blend of natural beauty and history, where visitors can trace centuries of human and oceanic stories. The Painted Hills are a geologic site in Wheeler County, Oregon, part of the John Day Fossil Beds National Monument. They cover 3,132 acres and are located 9 miles northwest of Mitchell, Oregon. The hills are famous for colorful layers of red, yellow, black, and tan soils formed over millions of years. These colors come from volcanic ash, mudstone, siltstone, shale, and lignite mixed with minerals like iron, magnesium, and manganese. The alternating red and tan layers formed between 34 and 28 million years ago, during cycles of warm, wet, and cool, dry climates. Colors change depending on moisture and sunlight, making each visit unique as light reflects differently on wet or dry surfaces. The Painted Hills are considered one of the 7 wonders of Oregon, attracting thousands of visitors every year. Cape Kiwanda is the smallest of Oregon's 3 capes, but it is known for its powerful wave action. The headland extends half a mile into the Pacific Ocean near Pacific City, where sandstone cliffs meet relentless surf. Erosion at Cape Kiwanda has carved striking patterns into the golden stone, attracting photographers and artists. The Great Dune at Cape Kiwanda rises sharply above the beach, giving visitors sweeping views of the Tillamook coast. Hang gliders often launch from the dune's north face, taking advantage of steady coastal winds. Haystack Rock, which stands offshore at Cape Kiwanda, is larger than the more famous Haystack Rock in Cannon Beach. Storms regularly pound Cape Kiwanda, yet the headland has resisted complete erosion, possibly shielded by Haystack Rock. The Cape is also popular for kite flying and other wind sports due to its open, sandy shoreline. Cape Kiwanda combines dramatic coastal geology with active recreation, making it one of Oregon's most distinctive landscapes. Cape Perpetua rises more than 800 feet above the central Oregon coast, offering views up to 70 miles on a clear day. For at least 6,000 years, the Alsea people lived around Cape Perpetua, gathering mussels, crabs, and clams along the shore. Their presence is still visible in shell middens, large piles of discarded mussel shells, near the visitor center. Captain James Cook named the site Cape Perpetua in 1778 after spotting it on St. Perpetua's Day. In 1933, the Civilian Conservation Corps built trails, campgrounds, and the West Shelter Observation Point at Cape Perpetua. During World War II, the West Shelter was used as a coastal watch station with radar and temporary artillery. The Cape Perpetua Shelter and Parapet were added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1989. A scenic highway was cut into the cliffs in the early 20th century, connecting Cape Perpetua with Yachats and Florence. Today, Cape Perpetua remains part of Siuslaw National Forest, blending native history, exploration, and conservation. Carrizo Plain is the largest intact native grassland left in California, covering more than 200,000 acres. The plain sits in an enclosed basin between the Thimble Range and Caliente Mountains in San Luis Obispo County. It preserves a landscape that once stretched across much of the Central Valley before farming transformed the region. The San Andreas Fault cuts directly through the plain, shifting creeks and ridges that reveal the movement of tectonic plates. In wet years, seasonal rains trigger vast carpets of wildflowers that turn the valley floor into a patchwork of colors. Archaeological evidence shows thousands of years of human presence, with Native American rock art still visible today. Scientists study Carrizo to understand grassland ecosystems that have nearly vanished elsewhere in the state. Because of its remote setting and low visitation, the plain remains one of California's quietest and most undisturbed landscapes. Los Angeles began in 1781 as a small settlement founded by 44 settlers under Spanish rule. Its original name, El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Angeles, reflected its Catholic colonial roots. In 1821, the city became part of Mexico after independence from Spain. By 1848, following the Mexican-American War, Los Angeles was ceded to the United States under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Oil discoveries in the 1890s fueled a population boom and rapid industrial growth. In 1913, the Los Angeles Aqueduct was completed, securing water that allowed the city to expand further. By the mid-20th century, Los Angeles had become the largest city on the U.S. West Coast. Its diverse population today reflects over 140 national origins, making it one of the most multicultural cities in the world. The city's growth from a small pueblo to a global metropolis mirrors the broader history of California itself. They named these hills after a Confederate warship that sank halfway across the world. Strange, yes, but that's the story hidden in Alabama hills. Back in the 1860s, news of the Civil War reached prospectors here in California. When they heard about the Confederate ship called the Alabama, they named their mining claims after it. And soon, the whole area carried the same name. Even after the ship was sunk in 1864, the name Alabama Hills remained. But history is only one layer of this place. Here in California's Owens Valley, the landscape looks almost unreal. Round boulders stretch for miles, sitting right below the sharp snowy peaks of the Sierra Nevada. These rocks are ancient. Some are nearly 200 million years old, shaped by time, wind, and earthquakes. One quake in 1872 shook the ground so hard it lifted the land by nearly 8 feet in a single night. Dozens of natural arches frame the mountains like giant picture windows. And if parts of the scenery feel familiar, it's because Hollywood has been filming here for over a century, turning these hills into the stage for cowboy shootouts, epic battles, and even sci-fi adventures. Redwood National and State Parks protect 45% of the world's remaining old-growth coast redwood forests. These parks span 139,000 acres in Northern California, covering both national and state lands. Coast redwoods grow to more than 300 feet tall, making them the tallest trees on Earth. After the California Gold Rush, heavy logging reduced millions of acres of redwood forest to scattered remnants. Conservation began in the 1920s when the Save the Redwoods League helped create several state parks. In 1968, Congress established Redwood National Park, later expanded in 1978 to prevent further loss. In 1994, the national and state parks were united under one management system to coordinate protection. The United Nations recognized Redwood National and State Parks as a World Heritage Site in 1980. Today, controlled burns and restoration projects aim to return the forest ecosystem to its pre-1850 condition. Did you know that the land where Newport Beach now sits was once sold for just $1 an acre? For thousands of years, the Tongva people lived here in thriving coastal villages before settlers arrived. In 1870, the steamer Vaquero made history by navigating the bay, proving Newport could serve as a port. That moment inspired James Irvine and his partners to name the new harbor Newport. Soon after, McFadden Wharf was built, turning Newport Beach into a hub for shipping and trade. By 1905, the Pacific Electric Railway connected the beach directly with Los Angeles, bringing crowds of visitors. Only a year later, Newport Beach was officially incorporated as a city with just over 200 residents. As the decades passed, surrounding communities were annexed, expanding the city along the coast. Newport Beach blends its seafaring past with modern luxury, making it one of California's most famous coastal destinations. The mountains of Glacier National Park hold rocks more than 170 million years old, some of the best fossil records of early life on Earth. Formed by the Lewis overthrust, ancient layers were pushed over younger stone, creating dramatic cliffs and ridges. Glaciers later carved deep U-shaped valleys, leaving behind moraines that trapped water and formed the park's lakes. At its peak in the 19th century, about 150 active glaciers covered the land. Today, only about 25 remain. Scientists warn that if warming trends continue, all active glaciers here could vanish by 2030. Native peoples once thrived in the region, with the Blackfeet to the east and the Flathead to the west, before the park was established in 1910. To bring visitors into the mountains, the Great Northern Railway built chalets and lodges, many now National Historic Landmarks. Wildlife has endured here with unusual completeness, from grizzly bears and mountain goats to lynx and wolverines. In 1932, the park joined with Waterton Lakes in Canada to form the world's first international peace park, recognized later as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Flathead Lake in northwest Montana is the largest natural freshwater lake west of the Mississippi. It is a remnant of ancient Lake Missoula, a glacially dammed body of water that once covered much of the region. During the last ice age, a massive glacier carved the Rocky Mountain Trench, leaving behind the deep basin where the lake now rests. The Polson Moraine at the lake's southern end marks the furthest reach of that glacier and shows where the ice stalled for years. Unlike most moraine-dammed lakes, Flathead never drained completely because buried bedrock kept the outlet sealed. The lake is known for its remarkable clarity, ranking among the cleanest large lakes in populated regions of the world. Missoula sits where 5 mountain ranges converge, earning it the title Hub of 5 Valleys. The city began in 1860 as Hellgate Trading Post, supplying settlers along the Mullen Road. By 1866, it shifted upstream to become Missoula Mills, anchored by sawmills serving the growing lumber trade. Fort Missoula was established in 1877, securing the area during westward expansion. The Northern Pacific Railway arrived in 1883, sparking rapid growth and cementing the lumber industry as the town's backbone. In 1893, the Montana legislature chose Missoula as the site of the state's first university, now the University of Montana. The U.S. Forest Service headquartered there in 1908, further tying the city to timber and conservation. By the 1990s, the lumber mills had closed, shifting the economy toward education, healthcare, and services. Today, Missoula blends its historic roots with a reputation for outdoor access, craft breweries, and cultural life. Ouray, Colorado, was founded in 1876 during the silver and gold rush that swept through the San Juan Mountains. By the late 1800s, more than 30 active mines surrounded the town, including the Camp Bird Mine, which produced over 1 million ounces of gold. The Denver and Rio Grande Railway reached Ouray in 1887, connecting it to larger markets until automobiles made train service obsolete. The town's name honors Chief Ouray of the Ute tribe, whose people once lived throughout this rugged region. Many 19th century landmarks still stand, including the Beaumont Hotel, Ouray County Courthouse, and Wright's Opera House. At its peak, Ouray had more horses and mules than people, a sign of how vital mining life was here. The entire Main Street is now protected as a National Historic District, preserving its Victorian-era architecture. Loveland Pass rises to 11,990 feet, making it the highest mountain pass in Colorado that stays open through the winter. It lies on the Continental Divide, the line that separates rivers flowing to the Pacific from those running to the Atlantic. The first usable trail over the pass was completed in 1879, surveyed by Edward Berthoud, a well-known engineer of the era. In 1930, the road was improved for commercial travel, though it wasn't fully paved until 1949. When the Eisenhower Tunnel opened in 1973, most drivers on Interstate 70 bypassed the pass, but trucks carrying hazardous materials must still use it. The road is steep, with a 6.7% grade and sharp hairpin turns that can be dangerous in winter storms. Despite the risks, the pass remains popular with backcountry skiers who climb nearby ridges for fresh snow runs. Each year, thousands of travelers stop here to experience one of Colorado's most dramatic crossings of the Rocky Mountains. Dillon Reservoir looks peaceful today, but its creation meant moving an entire town out of the valley. The original town of Dillon was relocated 3 separate times, with the final move in 1961 to make way for the dam. By then, the Denver Water Board had already acquired most of the valley's land and water rights during the Great Depression. Now, Dillon Reservoir is not only a vital water source for Denver, but also a scenic hub for sailing, fishing, and year-round recreation. Hiking and biking trails loop around parts of the reservoir, offering quiet views of the water against the Rockies. It is the largest lake in Summit County, Colorado, covering more than 3,200 acres of water. Two marinas on the lake serve as hubs for sailing, kayaking, and summer events. In winter, the frozen lake becomes a spot for ice fishing and snow sports. Dillon Reservoir remains both a vital water source for Denver and a favorite playground for visitors in the Rockies. Breckenridge began in 1859 during the Pikes Peak Gold Rush, when prospectors discovered rich placer deposits along the Blue River. Within a year, the settlement grew into a bustling mining camp, supplying fortune seekers chasing gold in the surrounding hills. Hard rock mining soon followed, and by the early 1900s, dredges churned through riverbeds, leaving behind the gravel ridges that are still visible today. The district eventually produced around 1 million ounces of gold, a massive output for a town high in the Rockies. By the 1930s, mining had slowed, and local residents cleverly marketed Breckenridge as Colorado's Kingdom, after an old map appeared to leave it off the United States. This playful claim to being no man's land drew national attention and helped give the town a new identity. When skiing was introduced in 1961, Breckenridge shifted again, this time from mining hub to a mountain resort. In the fall, the town hosts lively events like Oktoberfest and the Wine Classic, which bring a festive atmosphere to the streets. This season is a favorite for travelers who want both outdoor adventure and cultural experiences. For budget-conscious visitors, fall is considered the off-season in Breckenridge. Fargo is the largest city in North Dakota and sits on the Red River of the North. It was founded in 1871 and quickly grew into a hub for culture, healthcare, education, and industry in the region. Fargo began as a stopping point for steamboats, and later became known as the Gateway to the West, thanks to the Northern Pacific Railroad. By the late 1800s, the city was booming, even rebuilding quickly after a devastating fire in 1893. Over the years, Fargo has transformed into a thriving city with a mix of history, modern growth, and a strong community spirit. Downtown Fargo is now filled with restaurants, shops, and arts venues, while the city continues to grow as a center for technology and healthcare. Autumn in North Dakota is a beautiful season. By mid-September, the first frost usually arrives, bringing cool nights, sunny days, and colorful scenery. If you're planning a fall trip to Fargo, pack layers like long pants, a light jacket, sweaters, and comfortable shoes. Most people think Mount Rushmore is simply a proud symbol of American history. But what if I told you it's also a story of broken promises, unfinished dreams, and land taken from its original people? Carved into the Black Hills of South Dakota, this mountain was once called the Six Grandfathers by the Lakota Sioux. To them, it was sacred land. But in the late 1800s, the U.S. government seized it, and decades later, workers began carving the faces of 4 presidents into the granite. The project was led by sculptor Gutzon Borglum, who dreamed of creating a shrine of democracy. That's why, today, only the heads remain, each one standing 60 feet tall. The presidents chosen, Washington, Jefferson, Roosevelt, and Lincoln, were meant to symbolize the birth, growth, development, and preservation of the United States. Every year, more than 2 million people come here to see them. But behind the monument's greatness lies a painful truth. The Sioux never accepted payment for the land. To this day, they call for its return. For some, Mount Rushmore is a masterpiece of art and patriotism. For others, it is a reminder of loss and injustice. To some, the Badlands are just barren hills. But to the Lakota Sioux, this land is sacred. The south unit of the park, also called the Stronghold District, was once Sioux territory and is still seen as a ceremonial site. In the late 1800s, This area became the gathering place for the ghost dance, a ritual meant to bring back the buffalo and the spirits of the dead. After 1890, the United States banned the ceremony, but it was revived decades later during the Red Power movement. The Badlands also hold painful history. Land promised to the Sioux in the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty was later taken away in 1889. Even today, the Sioux Nation has not accepted financial compensation, choosing instead to honor their claim to the land. Beyond its human history, the park protects over 240,000 acres of eroded cliffs and the largest mixed grass prairie left in the United States. It's also one of the few places where the endangered black-footed ferret was reintroduced into the wild. Omaha is the largest city in Nebraska, sitting along the Missouri River about 10 miles north of the Platte River. It's also the county seat of Douglas County and an important hub in the Midwest. The city was founded in 1854 by speculators from nearby Council Bluffs, Iowa. Because of a key river crossing called Lone Tree Ferry, Omaha quickly earned the nickname Gateway to the West. During the 19th century, Omaha's central location made it a vital national transportation hub. Railroads, breweries, and river trade all helped the young city grow. In the 20th century, the Omaha stockyards and its meatpacking plants became world famous, once ranking as the largest stockyards on Earth. Today, Omaha is home to 4 Fortune 500 companies, including Berkshire Hathaway and Union Pacific. It's a city that blends pioneer history with modern industry, making it both historic and forward-looking. Lake Sequoia in Fayetteville, Arkansas spans about 389 acres of water, surrounded by rolling hills and quiet forests. It was built in the late 1950s as a water supply reservoir, but today it serves mainly as a public park. The lake is popular for boating, with a public ramp and courtesy dock available year-round. Fishing is one of the main draws here, with catfish, bass, and crappie commonly caught along the shoreline. Unlike nearby Lake Fayetteville, you don't need a permit to fish at Lake Sequoia. The park also features several nature trails that wind along the lake and into the woods. These trails lead to scenic overlooks and small hidden spots perfect for casting a line or just relaxing. Birdwatchers will love this area, which is home to bald eagles, great blue herons, and kingfishers. The open meadows and wooded areas also attract plenty of songbirds throughout the year. In autumn, the trees around the lake put on a colorful display, reflecting beautifully in the calm water. Whether you're hiking, fishing, or just enjoying the views, Lake Sequoia is one of Fayetteville's most peaceful escapes. The Ozark National Forest covers over 1 million acres in northern Arkansas, filled with rugged mountains, dense forests, and clear streams. It's a place where hardwood trees like oak and hickory stretch for miles, creating endless green in summer and fiery colors in fall. Visitors come here to hike, camp, and explore, with trails that wind across ridges, valleys, and natural rock formations. With its waterfalls, caves, and sweeping overlooks, the Ozark National Forest offers a chance to truly escape into nature. No matter the season, it's a destination that shows off some of the most beautiful landscapes in Arkansas. Carved into the Ozark Mountains, Beaver Lake isn't just a reservoir. It's a sparkling escape surrounded by nature. Stretching with nearly 500 miles of winding shoreline, the lake feels endless, like a giant blue ribbon through the hills. Limestone bluffs rise above the water, while hidden caves invite a sense of mystery and adventure. Every season brings new colors, from spring blossom to the fiery reds of autumn. The lake is surrounded by a mix of trees and flowering shrubs, making every season feel like a new adventure. It's not only beautiful, it's essential, providing clean drinking water for almost 500,000 people in northwest Arkansas. That means 1 in every 7 people in the state depends on this very lake. For visitors, the experience is just as refreshing. Modern campsites make it easy to stay close to the outdoors. Marinas buzz with life year-round, offering boat rentals, fishing guides, and everything needed for a day on the water. Photographers and nature lovers can spend hours capturing the scenery, from sparkling waters to forested hills. Beaver Lake is more than a destination. It's a place where nature, community, and adventure come together. Tulsa was first settled between 1828 and 1836 by the Lakapoka Band of Creek Native Americans. The city was formally incorporated in 1898, and much of its land remains part of the Muscogee Creek Nation. Northwest Tulsa lies within the Osage Nation, while the northern areas are part of Cherokee Nation territory. Tulsa earned the nickname "Oil Capital of the World" during the 20th century, becoming a major hub for the American oil industry. Today, the economy is diversified into finance, aviation, telecommunications, and technology, reflecting modern growth. The city sits along the Arkansas River in the western foothills of the Ozarks, near the scenic Osage Hills. Tulsa is considered Oklahoma's cultural and arts center, with significant collections of Art Deco architecture. Autumn, from September to November, paints the city with vivid fall colors, perfect for outdoor exploration and visits to botanical gardens and nature preserves. Visitors can experience Tulsa's mix of history, architecture, vibrant dining, and entertainment. while walking streets shaped by centuries of Native American and settler heritage. Oklahoma City was founded during the land run of 1889 and grew to over 10,000 residents in just hours. It is the 10th largest city by area in the United States and the second largest state capital. The city sits along major travel corridors, including Interstates 35 and 40, linking it to Texas, Kansas, New Mexico, and neighboring states. Oklahoma City is home to one of the world's largest livestock markets, reflecting its agricultural roots. Oil, natural gas, and petroleum industries dominate the local economy, with derricks still visible across the cityscape. Tinker Air Force Base and the Mike Monroney Aeronautical Center provide thousands of federal government jobs. The city lies in the Cross Timbers ecological region in the northeast, giving it a mix of forested and prairie landscapes. Despite facing challenges from tornadoes over the years, the city has rebuilt stronger each time, blending resilience with modern development. Visitors can experience a city where frontier history meets energy heritage, and where culture, architecture, and local cuisine invite exploration at every turn. Wichita started as a trading post on the Chisholm Trail in the 1860s, serving cattle drives moving north to Kansas railroads. It was incorporated as a city in 1870, quickly earning the nickname Cowtown for its role in the cattle industry. During the 1920s, aircraft manufacturing companies established operations in the city, changing its economic focus. Wichita earned the title Air Capital of the World, hosting facilities for Boeing, Textron Aviation, Learjet, and Spirit Aerosystems. These companies continue to operate major design and production sites, keeping Wichita a key hub of U.S. aircraft manufacturing. The city also serves as a regional center for culture, with museums, theaters, and parks that reflect its historical and industrial heritage. Several universities support education and research, while shopping and entertainment districts contribute to the modern economy. From above, Louisville Lake stretches across miles of sparkling water and green shoreline. Originally built in 1927 as Lake Dallas, it was designed to control floods and provide water to the growing Dallas area. In the 1940s and 1950s, engineers expanded the lake by combining Lake Dallas, Hickory Creek, and Little Elm Creek into a larger reservoir. The result was Louisville Lake, with 183 miles of shoreline and a water capacity of over 500,000 acre-feet. During construction, archaeologists discovered artifacts showing humans lived here around 12,000 years ago. This makes Louisville Lake one of the earliest known inhabited sites in the southwestern United States. Today, visitors can enjoy boating, fishing, and hiking along trails that wind through both historic and natural areas. In February 2021, unusually cold weather froze parts of the lake for the first time since it was expanded, creating a rare icy landscape. Aransas Pass separates Mustang Island to the south from San Jose Island to the north, with protective jetties stretching into the Gulf. Aransas Pass has been important for centuries, guiding ships safely through Texas waters. The second lighthouse ever built in Texas still stands here, a reminder of the pass's role in protecting trade and shipping. Long ago, people imagined this spot as a major hub, linking railways and ships to destinations like Mexico and New York. Today, it remains a vital gateway, handling all ocean-going traffic to and from the port of Corpus Christi. For travelers, the pass offers more than history. It's a place to watch boats glide by, enjoy the salty breeze, and feel the Gulf's energy. Flagstaff sits at 7,000 feet above sea level, right next to the tallest mountains in Arizona. The city lies at the southwestern edge of the Colorado Plateau and within the San Francisco volcanic field. Humphreys Peak, Arizona's highest point at 12,637 feet, is just 10 miles north of Flagstaff, in Kachina Peak's wilderness. Originally, the area was settled by the Sinagua people, who farmed fertile volcanic soil as early as the 11th century. Modern Flagstaff was founded in 1876, and its name comes from a pine flagpole raised to celebrate the United States centennial. Route 66, passing through the city, turned Flagstaff from a lumber town into a hub for tourism and local businesses. In 1930, astronomers in Flagstaff discovered Pluto, and later observatories helped select moon landing sites for the Apollo missions. Flagstaff hosts Northern Arizona University, the U.S. Naval Observatory, and serves as a gateway to the Grand Canyon and other natural attractions. Few people realize that Palo Duro Canyon is larger than the state of Manhattan, yet it remains a hidden gem of the Texas Panhandle. The canyon stretches between Amarillo and Canyon, carving a dramatic landscape over 25 to 40 miles, with widths that can reach 20 miles. Its walls plunge up to 1,000 feet in some places, revealing layers of rock that record hundreds of millions of years of geological history. Visitors are drawn to Lighthouse Rock, a towering sandstone formation that rises above the surrounding terrain and dominates hiking trails. Higher up, the Tecovas Formation shows multicolored shale and siltstone, preserving fossils of amphibians, fish, and petrified wood from the Triassic period. Trujillo Formation creates steep cliffs and hoodoos, where durable sandstone protects the softer layers below from erosion. Visitors can explore trails that loop around the canyon, offering panoramic views of its colorful rock strata and striking geological features. Nueces Bay forms a wide estuary at the northwest corner of Corpus Christi Bay, connecting San Patricio and Nueces counties. Its waters are fed by the Nueces River, creating vital habitats for fish, shellfish, and the birds that rely on them. The bay's shoreline supports both wildlife and human activity, though industrial operations on the southern side have affected oyster cultivation. Corpus Christi and Portland are the main towns along the bay, linked by the Nueces Bay Causeway at the bay's mouth. Geologically, Nueces Bay formed around 9,000 years ago as sea levels rose after the last ice age, shaping its shallow channels and marshlands. Explorers, including the Spanish Alonso de Leon and Frenchman La Salle, navigated these waters, leaving traces of early European interest in the region. By the mid-19th century, settlements like Corpus Christi and Nueces Town emerged, blending human history with the bay's natural landscape. Flowing gently through the Texas Hill Country, the Pedernales River has witnessed centuries of human stories unfold along its banks. Early missions attempted to bridge cultures with the Lipan Apache along the Pedernales, though conflict and resistance often shaped these encounters. By the mid-1800s, German settlers established permanent communities near the Pedernales River, leaving a lasting mark on the region's architecture and traditions. Even President Lyndon B. Johnson grew up just south of the Pedernales River, surrounded by the rhythm of this landscape. Skirmishes, settlement, and survival along the Pedernales have all left traces in the soil and memory of the river valley. The Pedernales River isn't just a waterway, it's a living timeline of Central Texas, where every bend tells a story. The Llano River winds through granite domes, shaping the land while preserving the whispers of old tales. In the 1700s, Spanish expeditions searched along the Llano River for treasure, leaving behind only stories of what might have been. Its waters support native fish like the Guadalupe bass, connecting the Llano River to local culture and traditions. Over time, Hurricanes and floods transformed the Llano River dramatically, at times reversing the flow of the Colorado nearby. Each stone and bend of the Llano River evokes the memory of storms and legends alike, blending reality with myth. Today, anglers and visitors are drawn to the Llano River, seeking both quiet beauty and a connection to its storied past. Voyageurs National Park in northern Minnesota is named after French-Canadian fur traders who first traveled these waters. The park is famous for its lakes and waterways, which connect like a giant puzzle across the landscape. Most of the park's land, including the Kapitogama Peninsula, can only be reached by boat. The rocks here are between 1 and 3 billion years old, some of the oldest on the North American continent. Glaciers shape the land, leaving behind lake basins, moraines, and glacial deposits throughout the park. Visitors can paddle canoes, kayaks, or take houseboats to experience the lakes up close. Voyageurs National Park combines history, geology, and endless waterways, making it a unique destination for adventurers and nature lovers alike. Over 10,000 years ago, melting glaciers carved out a maze of water and islands in Minnesota. That maze became Lake Minnetonka, just 16 miles west of Minneapolis. It spreads across more than 14,500 acres, with 23 bays, 18 islands, and 125 miles of shoreline. Archaeologists have discovered over 500 ancient burial mounds here, some dating back more than 2,000 years. For the Dakota people, the lake was sacred, a source of food, rice, maple sugar, and spiritual traditions. By the 1850s, streetcars, trains, and steamboats brought thousands of visitors to its shores. Resorts and amusement parks made it one of the most famous vacation spots in the Midwest. And while its national fame has faded, Lake Minnetonka remains a beloved home for sailing, fishing, and summer adventures. "500 million years ago, this land was the floor of a shallow sea. Today, it rises as Great River Bluffs State Park, a stunning stretch of cliffs above the Mississippi River near Winona, Minnesota. The bluffs soar 500 feet high, with narrow valleys sheltering rare and fragile plant life. The dramatic cliffs were shaped by glaciers and the ancient Mississippi, carving soft sandstone beneath hard dolomite. This left sheer rock faces and deep valleys that still define the park's landscape. Visitors come here to hike along the bluff tops, take in sweeping views, and feel the power of the Mississippi River's history. Over 10% of the world's surface fresh water sits in one place, Lake Superior. Straddling the United States and Canada, it is the largest freshwater lake on Earth by area. Its surface is wider than the entire state of Maine, with waves that can rival the sea. For the Ojibwe people, it has long been called Gichigami, meaning the Great Sea. French explorers in the 1600s named it Le Lac Supérieur, the upper lake above Huron. Later, the British called it Superior to highlight its unmatched size. Missionaries once referred to it as Lac Tracy, showing how each culture gave it a different identity. The name even appeared in American poetry and song, like Longfellow's Song of Hiawatha. Across centuries, the lake has carried many names, but it has always stood as a place of power and wonder. Davenport was founded in 1836 on the banks of the Mississippi River and quickly became a transportation hub. Its founder, Antoine Leclerc, named the city after George Davenport, a colonel and trader in the region. By the late 19th century, industries were thriving, producing locomotives, meat, farm machinery, and steel wheels. Caterpillar built heavy equipment here, while other factories turned out projectors and vehicles. The city's population rose steadily through 1980, with an average increase of more than 700 people each year. When factories closed in the late 20th century, growth slowed, and population numbers leveled off near 100,000. In 2019, the city made national headlines when the river broke through barriers and submerged blocks of the riverfront. Despite economic shifts and natural challenges, Davenport remains a historic center of the Quad Cities with strong ties to the river. A river so wide and powerful, it once divided nations and shaped the destiny of a young country. For centuries, the Mississippi has been more than water. It's been a frontier, a highway, and a witness to history. Native peoples lived along its banks for thousands of years, building communities and trading across its currents. In the 1500s, European explorers arrived, using the river as both a boundary and a path deeper into the continent. By the 1800s, it carried steamboats loaded with cotton, grain, and people, fueling the nation's economy. During the Civil War, control of the Mississippi became a turning point, splitting the Confederacy and giving the Union an edge. Later, writers like Mark Twain turned it into a symbol of adventure and freedom, immortalizing it in American culture. Today, massive engineering works, locks, levees, and dams keep its course steady, while cities still thrive along its banks. To travel here is to follow the story of America itself, written on the waters of the mighty Mississippi. Formed over 2,600 years ago, Lake Pontchartrain has been home to people since long before Europeans arrived. Indigenous communities knew it as Oquata, meaning wide water, and used it for fishing and trade. In 1699, French explorers renamed it after a minister of King Louis XIV, tying the lake forever to New Orleans' colonial past. By the 19th century, railroads and bridges turned it into a lifeline, linking the city to the wider region. Later, it became a place of leisure, where locals gathered on its shores to swim, boat, and enjoy the breeze. Its most famous crossing, the Causeway Bridge, stretches nearly 24 miles, so long you can't see the other side once you're in the middle. The lake has also faced struggles, from oil spills to storms, yet it remains vital to Louisiana's identity. Audubon Park carries layers of New Orleans' past, each era leaving behind a trace of its story. This land once belonged to Etienne de Boré, who became the city's first mayor and the first to refine sugar successfully in Louisiana. During the Civil War, both Union and Confederate troops used the grounds, turning peaceful fields into a staging area. In 1884, the site hosted the World Cotton Centennial, welcoming visitors from around the globe to showcase the city's importance. After the fair closed, the land transformed again, guided by the Olmsted brothers, the same landscape architects behind many great American parks. The park grew to house trails, lagoons, and eventually a zoo, making it a place where families could gather for leisure. Even hurricanes and floods could not erase its role, as it stood firm during Katrina and served as a hub for rescue teams. Walking here today, you don't just see oak trees and open fields. You see the resilience and reinvention of New Orleans itself. The Peshtigo River in Wisconsin runs 136 miles before emptying into Green Bay. On October 8, 1871, the Peshtigo fire destroyed the nearby town, making it the deadliest fire in U.S. history. Many residents escaped into the river, where cold water gave them the only chance to live through the night. Contemporary accounts describe people clinging to logs and rafts as the air above them filled with smoke and burning embers. Between 1,200 and 2,500 people died, a toll far higher than the Chicago fire that happened on the same day. Today, the upper section of the river is known for whitewater rapids that attract skilled paddlers. Lake Geneva sits in southern Wisconsin, about 40 miles from Milwaukee and 65 miles from Chicago. Because of its location, it became a popular resort town, drawing visitors from both cities. In the 1800s, wealthy Chicago families built large mansions here, earning it the nickname Newport of the West. Many of those grand houses still line the lake, and some, like Black Point and the Baker House, are open to the public. Visitors can walk the Geneva Lakeshore Path to see the historic estates up close. After the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, even more families moved here for summers by the lake. Today, Lake Geneva blends history, leisure, and lakefront charm, making it one of Wisconsin's favorite getaways. Established in 1936, Trempealeau National Wildlife Refuge protects 6,808 acres along the upper Mississippi River. The refuge lies within the driftless area, a region that escaped glaciation during the last ice age, leaving behind dramatic landscapes. Its wetlands and backwaters are part of the Mississippi Flyway, a critical migration route for millions of birds. Over 263 bird species have been recorded here, with 121 confirmed breeding, including 10 pairs of sandhill cranes. The area also supports river otters, bottomland forests of silver maple and swamp white oak, and tall sand prairie grasses. Big blue stem and Indian grass grow here to nearly 9 feet, creating one of the rare sand prairies in Wisconsin. Perro State Park borders the refuge to the south, while a railroad line separates it from the larger Upper Mississippi Refuge. The site was expanded by 800 acres along the Trompe-l'Eau River to protect even more habitat. Visitors today come for birdwatching, hiking, and scenic drives that highlight both wildlife and unique geology. Did you know Chicago was rebuilt from the ground up after a massive fire in 1871 destroyed much of the city? That disaster left more than 100,000 people homeless. But within years, Chicago became known as the birthplace of the modern skyscraper. By the late 19th century, architects here shaped the skyline with bold new designs, sparking what became known as the Chicago School of Architecture. The city's rapid growth was also fueled by its location between the Great Lakes and the Mississippi River system, making it a key hub for trade and travel. Today, Chicago remains one of the busiest transportation centers in the world. Its cultural life is just as impressive, with the Art Institute of Chicago, world-class theaters, and music that ranges from blues and jazz to hip-hop and house. Sports are part of its identity too, with 2 Major League Baseball teams and one of the biggest marathons in the world. Visitors come not only for the history, but also for Lake Michigan's beaches, diverse neighborhoods, and legendary food scene. Imagine walking on sand so soft and white, it feels like powdered sugar beneath your feet. That's Siesta Key, an 8-mile barrier island sitting just off the coast of Sarasota in Florida. Its beaches are made of pure quartz crystal, which stays cool even under the hot summer sun. The first bridge to the island opened in 1917, turning this once remote spot into a favorite getaway. By the mid-20th century, Siesta Key had grown into a small community, known officially by its name in 1952. Today, visitors come for more than just swimming. They try parasailing, fishing, and even kayaking through the calm bay waters. The Gulf of Mexico gives the island colorful sunsets that light up the sky in pinks and oranges. Even after facing powerful storms like Hurricane Milton in 2024, Siesta Key remains a symbol of Florida's coastal beauty. At the very end of the highway, where land finally runs out, you'll find Key West. This island city is the southernmost point of the continental United States, sitting just 90 miles north of Havana, Cuba. It's connected to the rest of Florida by a breathtaking road that stretches across 42 bridges, with the 7-mile bridge as its most famous. Built in the early 1900s, that bridge once appeared in movies like True Lies and Fast and Furious, and today a newer span runs right beside it. Key West has a colorful past, once serving as a pirate hideout and later as a U.S. Navy base. It also drew famous writers, with Ernest Hemingway making it his home and leaving a lasting mark on the island. The city's streets mix historic houses with lively bars and cozy seafood restaurants. Visitors come here for snorkeling, sailing, and the easygoing vibe that makes every day feel like vacation. It's a place where history, culture, and island life come together at the very edge of America. Every year, Clearwater Beach lands on lists of the best beaches in the United States, and it's easy to see why. Stretching for 2.5 miles along the Gulf of Mexico, its sand is dazzlingly white and its waters are crystal clear. A short bridge links it to nearby Sand Key, giving travelers more shoreline to explore. The beach isn't just for sunbathing. Parasailing, jet skiing, and dolphin spotting boat tours keep visitors busy. Families often join pirate ship cruises, while anglers head out on fishing charters from the local marina. Resorts here, like the Sand Pearl, have even been ranked among the nation's very best places to stay. In 2019, TripAdvisor named Clearwater Beach the top beach in the country and the 6th best in the entire world. The weather stays warm year-round, with sea breezes making hot summers more comfortable. In summer, quick afternoon thunderstorms roll through, adding drama to the sky before clearing up again. For travelers chasing sun, fun, and Florida's most celebrated coastline, Clearwater Beach delivers every time. Fort DeSoto Park covers 1,136 acres across 5 islands at the entrance of Tampa Bay. Visitors can climb to the top of the fort walls and see sweeping views of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Inside the museums here, old photographs and artifacts tell the story of soldiers who once lived there. The park has 7 miles of waterfront, with soft sandy beaches that attract families year-round. North Beach, the most popular spot, is known for its calm waters, seashells, and the pirate ship playground near the entrance. Outdoor lovers can hike or bike miles of nature trails that wind through mangroves and pine trees. The park also has a large campground where visitors can spend the night just steps from the beach. For pet owners, Fort DeSoto features one of the best dog beaches in Florida, with plenty of space for pups to swim. The Florida Keys form a Coral Cay archipelago stretching southwest from the southeastern coast of Florida to Key West. The islands sit along the Florida Straits, separating the Atlantic Ocean from the Gulf of Mexico. Most of the land belongs to Monroe County, though a small portion extends into Miami-Dade County. The northern and central islands are composed of Key Largo limestone, remnants of an ancient coral reef exposed by sea level changes. The lower Keys are shaped by Miami limestone, formed from tidal bars and oolites deposited in shallow seas during glaciations. Erosion and chemical processes have created dense caprocks and unique limestone outcrops visible on several islands. The Florida Reef, just offshore along the Keys, extends 170 miles and is the third largest barrier reef system in the world. Visitors can snorkel or dive to see coral formations, marine life, and the clear waters that define the Keys' tropical environment. But Jupiter is located at the northern edge of Palm Beach County, 84 miles north of Miami. The town's name comes from a misreading of the Hobe Indian tribe, later associated with the Roman god of sky and weather. The Jupiter Inlet Lighthouse, completed in 1860, towers over the coast and guides ships navigating the inlet. In 1910, the tower was painted red to protect its bricks from humidity, a color still visible today. Hurricane Jeanne in 2004 damaged the upper section, which was later restored with a durable mineral coating. The surrounding area was the site of the battles of the Loxahatchee during the Seminole Wars in 1838. Jupiter has received recognition as one of the happiest and best seaside towns in the United States. Visitors enjoy beaches, boating along the Loxahatchee River, and exploring local historic landmarks. Year-round events, cultural activities, and waterfront dining draw tourists from across Florida and beyond. Virginia Key is an 863-acre barrier island in Biscayne Bay, just south of Miami's Brickell neighborhood. The island was formed after hurricanes in the 1830s created Narrows Cut, separating it from the northern barrier. It stretches about 5 miles long and 1.5 miles wide, with a mix of sandy beaches and dense mangroves. Frederick H. Gerdes of the United States Coast Survey officially named the island in 1849. Virginia Key is accessible by the Rickenbacker Causeway, connecting it directly to Miami's mainland. Its Atlantic-facing beaches provide swimming, sunbathing, and panoramic views of the bay and skyline. Mangrove forests on the island support bird life and coastal wildlife, making it a favorite for nature walks. Honeymoon Island State Park covers 385 acres of land with 4 miles of white sandy beach along Florida's Gulf Coast. The island and its neighbor, Caladesi Island, were separated by Hurricane Pass after a hurricane in 1921. Before European contact, the Tocobaga people lived on the island, which was later visited by Spanish explorers in the 1500s. In the early 1940s, the island became a honeymoon destination with small vacation huts, giving it the name Honeymoon Island. During World War II, the thatched huts fell into disrepair and were eventually removed by natural forces. Plans to develop a large residential area in the 1960s were halted, and the state acquired the land to preserve it. Honeymoon Island officially became a Florida state park on December 7, 1981. Welcoming visitors to its natural beauty. The park hosts Florida/pines, mangroves, and rare birds, including plovers, terns, and herons. Hurricane Helene in September 2024 temporarily closed the park for safety and restoration assessments. Today, more than 1 million visitors enjoy the island annually, drawn by its wildlife, beaches, and serene coastal scenery. Fort Wayne is Indiana's second largest city. It developed at the meeting point of the St. Joseph, St. Mary's, and Maumee rivers, which were historically important trade routes. The United States Army built the modern fort in 1794 under General Anthony Wayne, naming it in his honor. Earlier, the Miami village of Kekionga occupied the area, with Fort Miami established nearby in 1706. After the War of 1812, the city was platted in 1823 and began expanding steadily. Construction of the Wabash and Erie Canal, followed by railroad lines, fueled 19th century industrial growth. Fort Wayne later became part of the Rust Belt, thriving in manufacturing and commerce during the 20th century. Today, the economy focuses on logistics, healthcare, financial services, professional industries, and leisure. The city has earned multiple All-America City Awards, including honors in 1983, 1998, 2009, and 2021. In 1999, it received the U.S. Conference of Mayors Outstanding Achievement City Livability Award. Imagine a sparkling lake so clean it ranks among the top 3 in the United States. Watauga Lake, east of Elizabethton, Tennessee, was born in 1948 when the TVA completed Watauga Dam. Its waters now cover the original town of Butler, which was moved to higher ground for safety. The lake stretches across Johnson and Carter counties and winds through the Cherokee National Forest, protecting much of its shoreline from development. Kayakers and whitewater enthusiasts enjoy the river below the dam, where released waters create thrilling rapids. Dolphins may not be common here, but herons, terns, and ospreys patrol the skies, making every visit feel alive. Hidden coves and sandy beaches invite picnics, quiet reflection, or a day of adventure on the water. The surrounding forests hide hiking trails that lead to breathtaking viewpoints overlooking the lake's emerald waters. Every season paints a new scene, from spring wildflowers along the shore to fiery fall foliage in the hills. Watauga Lake blends recreation, natural beauty, and history into a destination that surprises every visitor. Have you ever walked through a forest where the mountains seem to float in mist? The Great Smoky Mountains rise along the Tennessee-North Carolina border, part of the ancient Appalachian Range. With peaks like Mount LeConte and Mount Guyot, the park offers some of the tallest mountains in eastern North America. The Appalachian Trail threads through the park, leading hikers across waterfalls, valleys, and mist-covered ridges. President Franklin D. Roosevelt dedicated the park in 1940, after Congress chartered it 6 years earlier. It became the first national park partly funded by federal money, later earning UNESCO World Heritage and Biosphere Reserve status. More than 12 million people explored its forests in 2024, drawn by wildlife, waterfalls, and old-growth trees. Historic cabins and farm structures reveal the lives of early settlers who once called these mountains home. Visitors hike, camp, and photograph nature that feels untouched, even in one of the most visited parks in the U.S. The Smokies are not just mountains, they are a sanctuary where history, wildlife, and awe-inspiring views meet at every turn. Some call it Death Valley because it's deadly, but maybe it's nature's ultimate challenge. A place where mountains, valleys, salt flats, and deserts come together to create the most extreme landscape in the U.S. Here, the ground can drop to 282 feet below sea level at Badwater Basin, making it the lowest point in North America. Temperatures soar to record highs, making it the hottest and driest national park in the country. Yet life has found a way. Creosote bushes, Joshua trees, lynx, coyotes, and even the rare Death Valley pupfish survive in this harsh desert. People have lived here for thousands of years, from Native American groups around 7000 BCE to the Timbisha people who moved between the valleys and mountains. In 1849, European settlers passing through gave the valley its grim name, even though only one person actually died. Later, miners arrived, hoping to find gold and silver, but only borax proved profitable, transported by 20 mule teams. Today, more than 93% of the park is wilderness, preserving its raw, untouched beauty. From vast salt flats to rugged mountains, every corner of Death Valley tells a story of survival, adaptation, and natural wonder. Did you know that Lake Erie is the shallowest of all the Great Lakes? At its deepest point, it is only 210 feet deep, making it the only Great Lake whose deepest point is above sea level. The lake was carved by glaciers over thousands of years, and before that, an ancient river shaped the lowlands where the lake now sits. The eastern and central parts of Lake Erie are much deeper than the western basin, which averages just 25 feet and is rich in nutrients, making it full of fish. Its northern shore touches the Ontario Peninsula in Canada, while the southern shores border Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New York. Water from Lake Erie flows into the Niagara River, providing hydroelectric power to both Canada and the United States. Long ago, as glaciers advanced and retreated, temporary lakes formed in the region, leaving behind sand dunes that are still visible in northwest Ohio today. Even though Lake Erie is the smallest by volume of the Great Lakes, its history, wildlife, and landscapes make it a unique place to explore. Pittsburgh lies at the meeting point of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers, forming the Ohio River. Its history as Steel City stems from a century-long dominance in the U.S. steel industry. The city was contested by French, British, and early American forces due to its strategic location in the Allegheny Mountains. During the 20th century, Pittsburgh ranked just behind New York and Chicago for corporate headquarters employment. Massive layoffs, followed deindustrialization in the late 1900s, reshaping the local economy. Since the 1990s, healthcare, education, and technology sectors have become the city's economic backbone. Pittsburgh was named in 1758 by Scottish General John Forbes in honor of British statesman William Pitt. The city underwent multiple spelling changes before officially keeping the H in its name in 1921. Today, Pittsburgh blends industrial heritage with cultural attractions, modern innovation, and riverside views. Petoskey is perched on the southern shore of Little Traverse Bay, part of Lake Michigan, with Harbor Springs lying just across the water. This northern Michigan city is the largest in Emmett County and serves as the county seat, making it a regional hub. Its name comes from the Ottawa language, meaning where the light shines through the clouds, reflecting the area's natural beauty. In the mid-1800s, Odawa Chief Ignatius Petitesega secured land near the Bear River, shaping the early settlement. Today, Petoskey is a resort town with lakeside charm, historic sites, and a connection to the Little Traverse Bay Band of Odawa Indians. Little Black Lake is located in Norton Shores within Muskegon County, Michigan. It covers nearly 240 acres and reaches a maximum depth of 50 feet, offering calm waters for swimming, kayaking, paddleboarding, and fishing. The lake is part of Black Lake Park, a 58-acre area with natural trails and observation platforms. Visitors can hike, enjoy wildlife, or relax at the scenic overlooks along the shoreline. Little Black Lake offers a peaceful escape while staying within reach of Muskegon's urban amenities. Did you know that this peaceful island in Michigan was once the scene of fierce battles and ancient native legends? For thousands of years, the Odawa people called this island home, and they named it Michilimackinac, which means Great Turtle because of its unique shape. Long before tourists arrived, it was a hub for the fur trade, where French and British settlers met and exchanged goods with the native tribes. During the American Revolutionary War, the British built Fort Mackinac here, making the island a strategic stronghold. Later, in the War of 1812, 2 battles were fought on its soil, leaving stories of bravery and struggle behind. The island's cliffs and limestone formations shaped by glaciers thousands of years ago still stand today as silent witnesses to its past. Visitors can now stroll along car-free streets, wander through historic buildings, or admire natural wonders like Arch Rock and Devil's Kitchen. It's a place where history, culture, and nature come together in a way that feels almost magical. The Huron River starts near Big Lake in Springfield Township, southeastern Michigan. It flows about 125 miles through forests, small towns like Milford, and cities such as Dexter, Ann Arbor, and Ypsilanti. The river finally opens into farmland before emptying into Lake Erie. Even though 2 million people live nearby, the river feels peaceful and quiet. Fishing is popular here with bass, trout, steelhead, and other game fish. The Huron River Water Trail is 104 miles long and great for kayaking, canoeing, and exploring nature along public access points. It is Michigan's only state-designated country scenic natural river. The river was named after the Huron Native Americans and was once part of an important trade route. People enjoy paddling, fishing, and visiting parks along the river, with some areas hosting salmon and steelhead below Belleville Dam. Muskegon Lake is a 4,150-acre freshwater lake at the mouth of the Muskegon River in Muskegon County. It forms a 12-square-mile harbor along Lake Michigan, about 5.5 miles long and 2.5 miles wide. the Muskegon River flows 227 miles from Houghton Lake to empty into Muskegon Lake. Other creeks like Bear Creek, Ryerson Creek, and Ruddiman Creek also flow into the lake. Long ago, Muskegon Lake was important for logging and the city's growth. Timber from central Michigan was floated down the Muskegon River to the lake, which once had over 47 sawmills. Today, the lake is popular for boating, fishing, and other water activities. The shoreline has scenic views and historic spots, making it a great place to visit for both nature lovers and history fans. Tahquamenon Falls State Park covers 46,179 acres, making it Michigan's second largest state park. It is mostly in Whitefish Township, Chippewa County, with a smaller section in McMillan Township, Luce County. The park follows the Tahquamenon River as it flows over the upper and lower falls before draining into Whitefish Bay on Lake Superior. During late spring, the river can flow up to 50,000 gallons per second over the falls. This makes the Upper Falls the second most voluminous vertical waterfall east of the Mississippi River, after Niagara Falls. The falls are nicknamed Root Beer Falls because the water is brown from tannins and cedar swamps. In winter, ice forms around the falls, often colored green or blue. About 500,000 people visit the park each year. Visitors can walk along boardwalks and river paths to get up close to the upper and lower falls. Hiking trails wind through forests and along the river, giving plenty of opportunities to spot wildlife and enjoy scenic views. The Au Sable River is 138 miles long and flows through Michigan's Lower Peninsula. It begins in the northern part of the peninsula and flows southeast to Lake Huron at Au Sable and Oscoda. The river is known as one of the best brown trout fisheries east of the Rockies. the Michigan Department of Natural Resources has designated it a blue ribbon trout stream. In French, its name means sand river. Native Americans and early settlers used the river for fishing, hunting, and as a transportation route between Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. In the late 1800s, logs were floated down the river to sawmills and shipping yards in Augres and Oscoda. Hydroelectric dams were built in the 1920s after logging ended to generate power. Today, recreation like fishing, kayaking, and canoeing is the river's main use. Amicalola Falls State Park is home to Georgia's tallest waterfall, which was unknown to European settlers until the 19th century. The Cherokee people controlled this region until 1832, when the Treaty of New Echota forced their removal along the Trail of Tears. Despite the relocation, some Cherokee families stayed in the area for decades, preserving local knowledge of the falls. The first documented European American to describe the waterfall was William Williamson, who marveled at its height and force. Williamson recorded the fall's original Cherokee name, which translates to tumbling waters, in his travel notes. After a lottery assigned the land to a settler, the rugged terrain discouraged immediate development. The state purchased the property in 1911, but left it largely untouched for decades. In 1958, the Georgia Appalachian Trail Club created a trail linking the base of the falls to Springer Mountain, integrating it with the Appalachian Trail. Visitors experience a landscape shaped by centuries of indigenous and settler history, with the waterfall standing as the centerpiece of this story. Shirley Clark Franklin Park was built on the site of a former quarry that served as a major industrial site for decades. Before becoming a park, the land was leased to a materials company that operated heavy machinery across the 350-acre property. The city acquired the site in 2006 as part of a larger effort to transform industrial spaces into public green spaces. Construction began years later, emphasizing both recreation and the preservation of the quarry's geological features. A man-made lake was created to serve as both a water reservoir and a habitat for local wildlife. Funding from a major local foundation accelerated development, helping link the park to the Beltline trail system. The park officially opened in 2021, providing a combination of history, engineering, and urban nature. In 2025, the park was renamed to honor Atlanta's former mayor, celebrating her role in urban development and community access. Murrells Inlet was once dominated by rice plantations along the coastal rivers of South Carolina. English land grants in the early 1700s led to settlements that stretched from the ocean inland for miles. Captain John Murrell acquired thousands of acres, later divided among his children as plantations developed. Rice replaced indigo as the primary cash crop by the 19th century, shaping the economy and labor system of the region. Wealthy planters built elaborate estates and were politically influential, holding state offices and founding societies. A series of hurricanes climaxing in the 1893 flag flood destroyed dikes and fields, ending large-scale rice cultivation. Freedmen maintained the remaining crops, but production never recovered after emancipation. Some plantations were converted into hunting preserves or summer retreats by new owners in the early 20th century. Lake Hartwell was formed in 1962 by the completion of Hartwell Dam on the Savannah River. The reservoir stretches nearly 56,000 acres and has over 960 miles of shoreline at full pool. Its construction required relocating 3 railroad sections, raising bridges, and moving power lines. Before the lake, archaeologists recovered artifacts from prehistoric Mississippian and Cherokee sites along the river. The dam project was authorized under the Flood Control Act of 1950 and cost roughly $68 million in 1948 dollars. Lake Hartwell is named for Nancy Hart, a Revolutionary War heroine recognized for her courage on the Georgia frontier. The lake supports flood control, water supply, and recreation, while preserving reminders of its historical and archaeological past. Folly Beach played a key strategic role during the Civil War, housing up to 13,000 federal troops. Soldiers built roads, forts, and artillery batteries despite dense jungle-like vegetation. In 1987, construction workers discovered 14 skeletons of 55th Massachusetts Regiment soldiers at the western end of the island. The island was previously inhabited by the Bohicket tribe before European settlement expanded in Charleston. Shipwrecks off the coast brought survivors to the island, including 120 from the Amelia in 1832. After the war, Folly Beach was nearly abandoned before gradually becoming a seaside retreat in the mid-20th century. The 1960s saw the construction of the Ocean Plaza, boardwalk, pier, and amusement areas that turned the island into a holiday destination. Despite Hurricane Hugo in 1989 destroying parts of the coast, the community quickly rebuilt, maintaining its charm and appeal. Lake Kauai was created in the early 1970s when two dams were built to control the Kauai and Little Rivers. The name Kauai comes from a Cherokee word meaning place of the mulberries, reflecting the area's original vegetation. The outflows from the dams merge to form the Seneca River, connecting to the larger Savannah River system. Despite being man-made, the lake has become a hub for boating, fishing, and kayaking, blending modern utility with natural beauty. Kiowa Island was originally home to the Kiowa people, led by a head chieftain who guided English settlers to Charleston in 1670. Before the Civil War, the island was mainly used for cattle farming and remained sparsely inhabited, mostly by enslaved workers. During the Revolutionary War, the island served as a recovery space for American soldiers and their families, while some estates were damaged and later rebuilt. After the war, freed slaves worked on the island, producing cotton and helping restore the agricultural economy. Kiowa's story preserves a timeline of colonial settlement, family inheritance, labor systems, and survival through war and reconstruction. Did you know the Blue Ridge Mountains stretch over 550 miles across 8 states, from Pennsylvania all the way down to Georgia? These mountains were once home to native tribes like the Siouan-Manahoacs, Iroquois, and Shawnee, who hunted and traveled through their dense forests. In 1669, explorer John Lederer became the first European to reach the mountain crests and recorded their local name, Akanshuk. By the early 1700s, the Iroquois used the Blue Ridge as a boundary, controlling lands south of the Potomac River. The Treaty of Albany, signed between 1718 and 1722, officially marked the mountains as the dividing line between Iroquois territory and the Virginia colony. In the 1730s, European settlers started crossing the mountains, which eventually led to the Treaty of Lancaster in 1744 and new land agreements. These mountains provided timber, hunting grounds, and fertile valleys for early settlers, shaping the local economy and towns. Protected forests along the Blue Ridge still show the legacy of these early interactions between Native Americans and colonists. Travelers can follow scenic routes along the ridges, imagining the paths first explored hundreds of years ago. Lake James was once a vast swamp used by the Potawatomi for hunting deer, waterfowl, and small game. European fur traders later arrived, reducing wildlife and changing how the land was used. The first official survey of the lake happened in 1831, opening the area to settlers. At first, there were no roads, so reaching the lake was difficult and settlements grew slowly. A small railroad later connected the lake to nearby Angola, making it easier for visitors and settlers to travel. Surveyor James Watson Riley officially gave the lake its name during these early years. Over the next century, cottages and homes gradually appeared along the shoreline, turning the lake into a favorite spot for recreation. Did you know New Haven was one of the first planned cities in the United States? In 1638, English Puritans laid out 8 streets in a precise 3-by-3 grid, creating what's now called the 9-Square Plan. The central square, New Haven Green, covers 16 acres and has been a hub for public life for nearly 4 centuries. This green is recognized as a National Historic Landmark for its historic and civic significance. New Haven's carefully organized streets were a model for urban planning in early America. Early public tree planting programs created the canopy of elms that gave New Haven its nickname, the Elm City. Over the centuries, theaters, museums, and music venues have flourished along the historic grid, shaping the city's cultural identity. Walking through downtown, visitors can trace the original plan while enjoying modern restaurants, shops, and green spaces. Founded in 1635, Hartford is one of the oldest cities in America, with nearly 400 years of history. The city shared Connecticut's capital status with New Haven before becoming the sole capital in 1875. After the Civil War, Hartford became one of the richest cities in the country due to booming insurance and finance industries. It earned the nickname Insurance Capital of the World, hosting headquarters for many major insurance companies. Despite modern economic challenges, the city remains a regional hub for education, healthcare, and professional services. Historic neighborhoods and iconic architecture reflect Hartford's growth during its peak wealth years. Twain praised the city for its beauty, calling it one of the most charming towns he had ever seen. Penobscot Bay is a large inlet of the Gulf of Maine, along Maine's mid-coast, starting at the mouth of the Penobscot River. Over 11,000 years ago, the area was a river lowland before rising sea levels created the bay we see today. The Penobscot Indian Nation has lived here for thousands of years, depending on the bay for fish, shellfish, and hunting. Archaeologists have found ancient campsites on the bay's shores and islands, showing long-term human settlement. In 1779, the bay was the site of the Penobscot expedition, where an American fleet was destroyed by the British. Many islands in the bay became summer colonies in the 19th century for artists, merchants, and vacationers. Did you know? Almost half of all enslaved Africans brought to America once entered through Charleston. For more than a century, this harbor city was the main gateway in the Atlantic slave trade. Founded by the English in 1670 and named after King Charles II, Charleston quickly grew into one of the largest cities in North America by the 1690s. Its streets were designed around Anglican parishes, and the city became a center for trade, politics, and culture. Even after the capital moved to Columbia in 1788, Charleston remained one of the 10 biggest U.S. cities through 1840. Its economy is powered by tourism, shipping, aerospace, and a fast-growing tech industry that locals call Silicon Harbor. Charleston is also famous for its well-preserved colonial houses, cobblestone streets, and vibrant Gula heritage. This mix of history, culture, and ocean breeze is what makes the city unlike anywhere else in America. Seattle, in Washington state, is the largest city of the Pacific Northwest, sitting between Puget Sound and Lake Washington. The city is named after Chief Seattle, the leader of the Duwamish and Suquamish tribes, who lived here for thousands of years. About 100 miles south of Canada, it has always been a gateway for trade, especially across the Pacific Ocean. In the late 1800s, Seattle grew quickly during the Klondike Gold Rush, becoming a busy port and shipbuilding center. Later, Boeing airplanes put the city on the map, and in the 1980s, Microsoft and many tech companies turned it into a hub of innovation. Today, Alaska Airlines is based here, and the Port of Seattle ranks among the biggest in North America. Seattle is also a city of culture, with deep roots in jazz, and later the birthplace of grunge bands like Nirvana and Pearl Jam. Its people come from many backgrounds, bringing a mix of languages and foods. Over 400 years ago, travelers followed ancient trails through the desert and built a town called Santa Fe, which means Holy Faith in Spanish. It became the capital of Nuevo Mexico in 1610, making it the oldest state capital in the United States. Long before that, native communities lived here and shaped the land with their traditions and stories. The Spanish left their mark through missions and trade routes like El Camino Real, which connected Santa Fe to Mexico City. Later, American settlers arrived along the Santa Fe Trail, turning the city into a crossroads of cultures. You can still see this mix today in the adobe-style buildings, the historic plaza, and the local markets. Santa Fe is also famous for its art. The city is home to more than 250 galleries and was the first U.S. city named to the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. From the northern shores to the sun-drenched beaches, the United States is full of places that surprise and inspire. Every city and coastline has its own story, shaped by history, nature, and the people who call it home. Some destinations invite you to slow down, listen to the waves, or watch the sunset paint the sky in colors you never knew existed. Whether you're seeking adventure, history, or just a quiet moment in nature, each place has something unique to offer. And no matter where you go, the journey itself becomes part of the story, leaving memories that last long after the trip is over. So pack your bags, pick a destination, and start exploring the best places to visit this season in the United States. Thank you for watching. See you next time.